Hey everybody, Andre here, and welcome to an Uber compilation of almost every short that I recorded in 2024. 2024 was a massive year for this channel. So many videos recorded, so many new subscribers, so much creative outpouring from me, and it really was so awesome, and it was so awesome to have you along for the ride. If you enjoy the content that I make on this channel, consider subscribing, maybe hit that like button, hit the notification bell, and without any further ado, here is almost every short that I recorded in 2024. Here's a beautiful chord progression filled with joy that you can start the new year off with. So, G flat major, A flat major with the ninth, G flat major first inversion, A flat major first inversion, D flat major with the ninth, D half diminished 7, E flat minor, E fully diminished 7, F minor 7, G flat major 7, maybe with the ninth, and then D flat. So here's my little improv on it. We're going to combine some chords together to create some soft dissonances that can yield really interesting harmonic results. So, G minor with F major, E flat major with D minor, it's my favorite one. Then C minor with B flat major, followed by A flat major with the ninth, and then also with B flat major. And then you just repeat the cycle. So here's my little improv on it. Here's a really cool chord progression I've been playing with. It's almost impressionistic. It's very unusual. Uses common tones to get from one place to another, kind of where you wouldn't expect it. So, B flat minor, F7 in first inversion, G flat major, and E flat minor 7, all normal, right? But then, common tone to A major 7, F sharp minor 7, and then B7 with the ninth, and then common tone again, back to B flat minor. So here's my little improv on it. My friend Jordan Strybos reminded me of this absolutely iconic chord progression from Jamiroquai's Virtual Insanity. And it's sort of a mix of circle of fifths progression and a bit of a chromatic passing tone thrown in there. So E flat minor 7, A flat dominant 7, D flat major 7, G flat major 7, C half diminished 7, B major 7, B flat augmented 7, and then E flat minor 7. It's super cool. So here's my improv on this chord progression. Here's a pretty sweet chord progression. It sounds almost romantic. It's got a little bit of half-step motion in there, a little bit of a tritone flair. So, A major 7, D sharp dominant 7, F sharp minor 7, C sharp major, E minor with the 7th, B dominant 7, D minor maybe with the 7th, and then A major. So here's my little improv on it. all major sevenths built on different parts of the previous chord. So we're going to start on the C major seventh chord, and the next chord is going to be built off the seventh of this chord. And then the next chord is going to be built off the fifth of this chord. And the next chord is going to be built off the third of this chord. And then you're going to build it off the seventh of this chord, so on and so forth. So here's what it sounds like. So if you're in the northeast part of the US right now, you know that there's a pretty decent snowstorm going on, finally, for the first time in a while. And it got me thinking, what mode is the most associated with snow? And to me, it's Aeolian mode. I find that this is such a timeless mode, timeless scale. And especially with fourths and fifths, it feels like you can almost hear the stillness in the air as each snowflake drifts to the ground. Can you hear it? What do you associate with the sound of winter? Let me know in the comments. A viewer passed along this awesome chord progression. F sharp minor with the ninth, D major, 6, B minor, 6, C sharp, 7. So 1, 6, 4, 2, 5, 7. Here's my improv on it. If you have more suggestions, please leave them in the comments below. I love Randy Newman's music, so I'm going to channel his style a little bit in this chord progression. D major 7, third inversion, A minor, first inversion with the fourth, G major, first inversion, G minor, first inversion, D major, second inversion, E7, first inversion, and A7, D. So I'm going to try to improv on this, and maybe I'll switch things around towards the end. Did you catch the change? Let me know in the comments below. I want to teach you an awesome chord progression that has really nice dissonance. It sounds super out of this world and impressionistic. So D7 with the sharp 11, maybe with the ninth as well. Going to F9, followed by E minor 7, and then E flat major 7 with the sharp 4. And then you can loop that. I'm going to teach you a beautiful little chord progression that uses very simple chords, but in lots of different inversions. So, C sharp minor 7, second inversion, D sharp minor in first inversion, E major without the fifth, D sharp minor root position, and then C sharp minor 7. You repeat that, and then after that second C sharp minor, you go to A major, maybe with the 7th, and then E major, and then F sharp 9. Okay? So here's my little pattern here. I heard the other day that the numbers 1, 4, and 3 stand for I love you, based on the number of syllables. So how about a cool chord progression, super simple, that just says I love you. I want to teach you a really beautiful descending chord progression. So, D minor 7, shifting down, D flat major 7, B flat minor 7, A major 7, F sharp minor 7, maybe with the 9th, F major 7 with the 9th, D minor 7, C major. It's beautiful. A fun way to just noodle around with chord progressions and also train your music theory brain a little bit is to play the tonic chord and the dominant chord at the same time. And what effectively happens is that you get a major 7 add 9 chord. And then you can just play around and see what kind of things happen. So I'm just going to improvise with these chords and only these chords. Here are some chords you can use interchangeably to make really interesting loops for a fantasy game or some kind of a fantasy soundtrack. So F minor 7, D flat major 7, A flat major 7 with the 9th, B flat minor with the 9th as well. You can also sprinkle in C minor 7 as well as a G flat major 7. So here's my little improv on it. I want to teach you a really cool 4-chord loop that you can use to add some mystery and mystique to your music. And then after that, you can go elsewhere. But the first chord is E flat dominant 7 with the sharp 4 and the 9th.
followed by F major, then G flat major with the sharp 4, maybe with the major 7 as well, and then A flat major with the 9th. So you can repeat this and then maybe go to B flat or something after that. So here's my little improv on it. One of my favorite ways to create clouds of ambient sound and harmony and dissonance is to have stacked major 7th chords. So in this case, I'll have like a spread out F major 7 chord on the bottom. And then off of that 7th, the E, I'll make another major 7 chord. An E major 7th chord. And then off of that D sharp, I'll have another major 7th chord. And so you have these chords together. An incredible sound of lots of different things kind of bouncing off each other. And then you can go up a step, starting on G major. It's super weird, but really satisfying. Try it out. Here's a really surprising chord progression. Take some wild turns. So start with F major with the 9th and the 7th, then B minor 7, D flat major 7, A7. Repeat that, and then eventually find your way to C major, then D major, and then E major. So here's my little improv. I want to teach you a cool little chord progression that you can improvise over. It's really simple. It almost sounds like a pop song. So you have E flat minor 7, A flat major with the 9th, then C flat major or B major, and G flat major, D flat major. The cool thing about this one is that you can play basically any of the black keys during any of these chords. It'll always sound good. So here's my little improv on it. I want to teach you a beautiful little chord progression. So B minor, D major, F sharp minor 7, G major with the 9th, C major 7, B7 with the sus4, E minor, maybe with the 7, A9, A minor 7, D major, and then maybe end on E major. So here's my little improv. Here's a really sweet way to modulate up a major third. So F major, G minor, F major first inversion, B flat major 7 with the 9th, C7 into A major with the 9th, F sharp minor 7 with the 9th, B7, D major, and A major. Really smooth. Here's my little improv on it. Here's a cool little pattern I've been playing with. I'd love for you to tell me what kind of a game or movie environment you can imagine hearing this in, because I have some ideas. But all you're going to do in the right hand is vamp a C sharp minor chord. And in the left hand, you're going to do fifths, starting on C sharp and G sharp, B and F sharp, A and E, G sharp, D sharp, F sharp and C sharp, E and B, D and A, and C sharp, G sharp. When I get to the F sharp fifth, I'm gonna have an extra note. I'm gonna have the A sharp in there also. So here's what it sounds like. I love taking familiar chord progressions that you have a real expectation of where it's going to resolve to, and then go to somewhere completely out of this world. So, in C major, we have just 1, 4, 1, 6, 4, 5, 1. Conventional 6, 4, standard stuff. We all know this chord progression, but what if, instead of going to 1 at the end, you went somewhere else? And it sounds really smooth and interesting because you take that G chord and all you do is take the G up a half step and take the D up a half step and leave the B common to A flat minor. And then from there you can go to B flat minor, E flat 7, and then A flat minor. And then now you've modulated down a major third. Super weird. Here's a really cool way to make a dreamy and magical texture in your music. So, left hand, C major, D major, E major, and then B major. Sometimes I'll add the ninth to the D major chord just to have a little extra sound. Keep those chords really low. In the right hand, only play the black keys. And you can do them in any combination that you'd like, sometimes octaves, whatever you'd like. Make sure that there's space and time for this to breathe, and you're going to find that you can make some really interesting textures. I want to teach you a beautiful little pattern in G minor using the Dorian mode as sort of our inspiration. So G minor in the left hand, just going to keep that steady. G minor second inversion, A minor second inversion, B flat major second inversion, D minor second inversion, and then C major. You can add the ninth, you can add the seventh if you'd like. Then repeat that. E flat major. And then repeat. And then when you're ready to move on, you can go somewhere else, maybe A minor, then B flat major. And you can add different arrival points, but use that as kind of like the basis of the chord progression. It's really cool. See what you can do. How many different places can you go to using only one note as your stable anchor point? This is a D. How about D major? B flat major. G major. Back to D major. B minor. B flat major again. G minor 7 with the ninth. D minor. Maybe C9. B flat major. Back to C9. And then D major. Sometimes the coolest thing to do when you're improvising is to impose some kind of restriction on yourself. So for this improv, I'm going to stick to only the black keys for one phrase, and then only the white keys for another phrase, and then toggle back and forth. So let's see what happens. One of my favorite ways to create an expansive texture, beautiful, timeless harmony is D, A, E, F sharp, C sharp, and F sharp. Specifically this voicing, where you have a fifth and a ninth and a fifth and an octave. D major 7 with the ninth. Sometimes in the low end, I'll add in a B, and in the high end, I'll add in a G sharp. From here, you can go to F sharp major. Or maybe you can go to A major. Or maybe anywhere you'd like. A really easy way to add extensions to the chords as you play them at the piano is in the left hand, do a root position chord, and then using the fifth of that chord, do a second inversion chord based on that. So here we have a C, E, G in the left hand, and in the right hand, D, G, B. That's second inversion. And what you have is a C major 7 chord with the ninth. You can do that for any chord. So here's a D9. Here is a G major 7 with the ninth. And you can really do this for pretty much anything. So try it out in your improvs. I've been experimenting with bitonal combinations, and I came up with one that I think is really wild. It's kind of rides the line of, on one hand, it's really crazy. On the other hand, it's kind of oddly satisfying. So you can let me know in the comments below. But left hand, you're going to play G major, and all of these, you're going to have the 5th and then the 10th outlining. Then D major, E major, F major, and then loop that again. In the right hand, you're going to start with a B major in first inversion, then A major, second inversion, F sharp major, second inversion, C sharp major, root position, and then back to B major. On their own, it sounds fine, but when you put them together, that's where the sparks fly. Sort of sounds like Stravinsky a little bit. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Here's a contemplative little chord pattern that you can try. So, left hand, C and G, moving down to B and F sharp, moving down to A and E, then back up to B flat and F, B and F sharp, and then C and G again. So, once again. Okay? In the right hand, you're going to start on C and G up the octave. You're going to go up to D and A, then B and E, E and B, then down to E flat and B flat, D flat and A flat, and then B and F sharp, or C flat and G flat. When you combine them, kind of an interesting sound. Here's a chord progression that focuses on the sharp 4. So B major 7, with the sharp 4, D sharp minor, F sharp major 7 with the sharp 4 and the 9th, F major, A flat major 7 with the sharp 4, C minor, F7, E flat major. Here's my little improv on it. Here's a beautiful chord progression that starts in minor and then goes to the parallel major. So here we go. B flat minor, 7, G flat major, 7, A flat major, 6, D flat major, B flat minor, G flat major, 7, A flat major, 6, F major, B flat major, C minor 7, B flat major first inversion, E flat major 7 with the 9th, B flat major, C minor, B flat major first inversion, F major dominant 7, and then start over again. Here's a really cool chord vamp that you can try. So in the left hand, you're going to play C and G, then G and D, D and A, then F major, G and D, and then C major. In the right hand, you're going to play a D major chord, then you're going to play an A major chord, then you're going to play an E major chord, then you're going to play an A minor chord in first inversion, and then you'll probably play a G major chord, and then C. For that G major chord, you could also play an F instead. We'll see how it goes. So here is what it sounds like. Here's a really nice chord progression that's really reminiscent of some Philip Glass scores. So D major 7, then A major 7 with the 9th, E major 7, B major 7 with the 9th, then B minor 7, and then repeat the whole thing, D major 7. So here's my little improv on this sound. Just goes forever. Here's an interesting chord progression that you can try. So C major start, shift 2, C sharp minor, A major with the 9th, E major first inversion, F sharp minor 7, D major, B minor 7, G sharp major 7, and then back to C major, repeat the whole progression. progression. Whenever I feel like just relaxing and playing some soothing sounds at the keyboard, I often turn to the Lydian scale and then improvise very gentle, sweeping chords from a low range to a high range, sort of like this. If you're looking to loop a 4-chord pattern that's odd, but has some kind of an interesting spark to it, try this. G minor, D flat major, C minor, and then A flat major. And then you can loop it, adding extra tones like the 9th, the 7th. What kind of soundtrack could use this strange chord progression? So many possibilities. Here's a really cool chord turnaround. So E, open 5th with the 9th, going to B flat major 7, then A major with the 9th, going to D minor with the 4th, then F major 7 with the 9th, G open 5th with the 9th, and D major. So here's how it sounds in context. Sometimes all you need to do to make a simple chord progression sound interesting is add the 7th, add the 9th, add the sharp 4. So here's a very basic and familiar, comforting chord progression. 1, 6, 4, 5. See if you can pick out which of those extensions I'm using in each chord. I'm going to play you a pattern. That's a D natural minor scale, expanding outwards until it gets to a D 2 octaves apart. When I arrive at that 2 octave apart D, I'm going to play a different chord 3 times. I would love for you to tell me in the comments below what chords you would choose to resolve this pattern to. Fourths are often considered dissonant intervals, meaning they really want to resolve. If I played you this chord, you probably want it to go like that. However, I love unresolved dissonances, and I often will just stick fourths wherever there is a normal chord progression that needs a little bit of extra spice. So here's a 1, 4, 2, 5, 1. I'm going to add some extra fourths and see what happens. One of my very favorite way to voice chords is to have in the left hand open 5th and the 10th. Here's a C major chord, C, G, E, 3rd on top. Off of the 3rd in the right hand, I'm going to build perfect fourths, A, D, G. So stacked perfect fourths. And what you end up getting is a chord, a major chord, that also has the 6th and also the 9th and the reinforced 5th up on the top. And it has this open-ended sound to it. It'll work on any chord, major or minor. Here's A major. Here's F major. Back to C. It's just so warm and inviting with so much potential for growth and forward motion. So try this chord voicing in your own music. Here's a really dark and ominous chord progression. G minor, then E flat major with that minor 3rd up on top. Back to G minor with the 9th. Then you can add a C minor 7 chord with the 9th, and then also A flat major. Okay, here's my improv on it. Here's a beautiful impressionistic chord progression that you can try. C, sus2 or sus9, whatever you'd like to say, with the minor 7th. A flat minor with the major 7. G minor with the 9th. D flat major with the sharp 4 and the major 7th. A flat major with the 9th. G flat major, sharp 4, and then F9. It's complicated, but it's really gorgeous and super lush. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's an epic cinematic chord passage that you can finish a piece off with. So G diminished with the 9th, D flat minor with the major 7th, A flat major, then D major, then F major, and then finally end on C major. Here's what it sounds like in the context of an improv. Here's a really interesting chord progression you can try. So F sharp minor 7, then G9, back to F sharp minor 7 with the 9th this time, D minor with the 9th, then F sharp minor again, F major 7 with the 9th, A flat major 7 with the 9th, and then D major, and then repeat the whole process again. It's got a lot of interesting common tone relationships. Here's what it sounds like in an improv. if you play these three chords, you will have all of the pitches of the chromatic scale. So, G major 7, F dominant 7, and C sharp minor. And the challenge is figuring out a way to string those three chords together in a way that seems musically satisfying, because they are pretty different, pretty disparate. So, let's see what my improv yields. Here's a really beautiful chord progression you can loop basically forever. A major 7, G sharp minor 7, F sharp minor 7, B9, D major, E major, A major with the ninth. Repeat all that, and instead of going to A at the very last chord, go to F sharp major instead. So here's my little improv on it. Here's a really easy but super satisfying chord progression. So, C minor 7, A half diminished 7, A flat major 7, F minor 7 with the ninth. Then you repeat that, and when you're ready to move on, you go to D half diminished and then G augmented. What's really cool about this is that you can pretty much play in the right hand a C minor triad the entire way, and it'll work with almost every chord. So here's my little improv on this chord progression. Here's a really lush chord progression. So, starting on G sharp minor, then E major 7, F sharp major, probably with the ninth, and then A major with the ninth and the sharp 4. Here's my little improv on it. Here's a chord progression that can really be looped for a very long time without needing to resolve. Eventually you will resolve if you'd like. So, E major, G sharp minor, F sharp major, C sharp minor. To all of these chords you can add the 7th, you can add the 9th, you can add the sharp 4, you can add all sorts of stuff. And eventually you'll want to resolve maybe to a B major chord, or even maybe to an A major chord, something really interesting. But I will just loop it forever. I'm going to teach you a really nice cadential resolution. In the left hand, you're just going to go perfect fifths, G to D, A to E, B flat to F, C to G, and then D major. The right hand's going to be a little bit more complicated. So C, G, B, B, F sharp, A, D, G, A, C, D, E, and then A, D, F sharp, D major. The whole sequence sounds sort of like this. Beautiful way to end a piece in D major. I'm going to try a little experiment here. I'm going to play you 3 chords, but instead of playing a full triad or 7th chord, I'm going to only play 2 notes. And I'm going to play that pattern a few times over, and then I'll play you the chords. What I'd love for you to try to figure out is, can you hear the chord progression that I'm going to play before I actually fill in the other notes? And see if you were thinking along the same lines as me. So, here we go. Here's a really nice loop that you can do. So, E minor, B minor 7, C major, G major. E minor, B minor 7, A minor 7, D major. And then you can repeat that, and when you're ready, you can do one final loop. E minor, B minor 7, C major, and then end on E major. So here's my little improv that goes through those 3 different variations. One of the longest words that you can spell with the musical alphabet is the word cabbage. C-A-B-B-A-G-E. And so I thought it would be fun to try to put together a chord progression using those letters. So, C major, major 7 maybe, A minor with the 9th. Then instead of B, I'll say B flat because 2 B's, B flat. B flat major with the 9th. Then A major, then G major 7, and then E major with the 9th. So the chord progression sort of sounds like this. Cabbage. Here's a beautiful chord progression you can try. So F minor, then B flat major with the 6th, A flat major 7 with the 9th, and then D flat major 7 with the sharp 4. You go back to F minor, back to B flat major 6, also G minor in first inversion, and then E flat major, and then D flat major again with that sharp 4. You can loop this forever and ever, and it's just so beautiful. Here are 4 ways to have your face be a chord progression. Here's what your face sounds like in first inversion. So the chords are D flat major in first inversion with the major seventh, F major with the ninth in first inversion, A flat major 7 in first inversion, and C major in first inversion with the ninth. Pretty sweet. The word face can be spelled with the musical alphabet. And you can harmonize that face bass line in lots of cool ways. One of the cool ways is using sharp 4 major 7 chords. So, here you go. So F major 7 with the sharp 4, A major 7 with the sharp 4, C major 7 with the sharp 4, and E major 7 with the sharp 4. And for each of them, I just can't help myself. I always add the ninth. Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Here's a beautiful little sequence you can try. C, A, F, D, F, D, B, G, G, E, C, A, F, D, B. After that, you play a C major chord with the 6th and the 9th, a D minor 7 chord with the 4th, E minor 7, F major with the 9th, maybe the 7th, and C major. You can do this in any key, but we're just going to do it in C major because it's easy and beautiful. Here's a weird one for you, harmonizing a G Mixolydian scale. So the chords are G major, F sharp minor, F major with the sharp 4, D7, C major with the 9th, B flat major with the sharp 4, D minor, and then G major. And I'll often add extra notes here and there like the 9th or the 7th. Here's what the sequence sounds like. Here's a really cool chord progression you can try. So C minor with the 9th, D flat major with the 9th, F minor 7, A flat minor. Then again, C minor, D flat major, F minor 7, E flat major. You repeat all that again, and then on the second time through, instead of going to E flat major, you can go to B flat major with the 9th. So it's kind of neat. It's got some interesting surprises in there, but generally a pretty straightforward chord progression. Here's my little improv on it. Here's a really cool chord progression that takes a lot of different turns that are a little surprising, but also somewhat familiar. So, D major, A minor 7, A flat major 7 with the 9th, F major with the 6th, and then E minor 7 with the 9th, B minor 7, G major with the ninth, and then D. So it sort of sounds like D major with a couple of strange additions thrown in that kind of spice up the sound. Here's my little improv on it. A chord progression for you that you can loop forever and ever. D minor 7, E minor 7, B flat major, E flat major 7, D minor 7, E minor 7, B flat major, maybe without the third, sus2, and then C major with the ninth. Repeat that forever, and eventually play a G minor chord, which will sort of reset the whole thing. And if you're feeling extra spicy, make it G diminished. But here's my little improv on this loop. Here's what a circle of fifths progression sounds like in the key of D major. 1, 4, 7, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1. Super familiar, easy, and standard. But something that's maybe a little bit less standard, a little unusual, is that same progression, but backwards. 1, 5, 2, 6, 3, 7, 4, 1. It's the same exact chords, just in reverse, and the sound is completely different. So what chord progressions can you think of that are really standard one way, but totally mind-blowing in the other direction? Let me know in the comments below. Here's a really cool chord loop that you can try. A minor, D minor, F major, and G major. And I really like that voicing with the 5th and the 10th. In the right hand, you're going to play G major, E minor, G major again, and then A minor. Here's what it sounds like in context. It's really cool because you have different areas for those harmonies to live in, and yet they complement each other really beautifully. Try it out. Can you read my mind? I'm going to play a chord progression, very standard in E major. 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. You think I'm probably going to resolve to 1, or maybe it's a 6. But what am I actually going to resolve to? You tell me. Did you guess right? Leave a comment below. Bonus points if you can tell me what those chords were. Here's a chord progression with the jazz turned way up. D minor 7 with the ninth, A flat major 7 with the ninth, E major 7, G flat major with the ninth, then D flat major 7, B flat major with the ninth, F9, and then C major 7 with the ninth. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really cool chord progression that you can try. Seemingly random, but it has that thread of common tone going on within it. A major 7, probably in third inversion and then in second inversion. Then E major 7, probably in root position and then also in second inversion. Then C major 7 in root position with the ninth. A flat major 7 in root position with the ninth. And then F major with the ninth, but no seventh. Here's what it sort of sounds like in context. Next time somebody asks you to play Happy Birthday, you can try harmonizing it like this. Here's a really weird but oddly satisfying chord progression that will lead you to end in G major. And the voice leading is really nice because it uses a lot of half step motion. And yeah, so here's what it sort of sounds like. G flat major 7, D half diminished, E major with the ninth, A half diminished, and then G major 7 with the ninth. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really good composition exercise. Take some kind of a dissonant harmony really close together. In this case, I'm going to use D half diminished with E minor. And see if you can pull that apart so that individual notes live in different areas around whatever instrument or whatever ensemble you're working with. And see if you can create some kind of atmosphere with that sound. So here's my attempt. Here's a really neat chord progression you can try. C major with the sixth, F9, B flat 7, B flat 9, D flat major 7 with the ninth, and then A flat major with the ninth and the sharp 4, and then B flat major with the sus 2, and then back to C major. I'm going to play it widely arpeggiated and see how it goes. Here's a beautiful fantasy loop you can try. So, E, F sharp, A, and B, then A major, then E major 7, F sharp minor 7, C sharp minor, B major, F sharp major, then D major with the ninth, and then E major with the ninth, and then repeat again. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a chord progression that accurately describes how I've been feeling the past week or so. So, D minor with sharp 4 and a few other extensions. Then B minor 7 with the 9th, probably. Then the F sharp, half diminished, but it's actually minor. Then G major 7 with a few notes, and then finally back to D. Make sure you get that bass line in, because otherwise the chord progression falls apart. If you've been watching my videos for a while, you know that I love 9 chords, major 9 chords in particular. And the one that sort of comes back over and over again is F9. So I'm gonna model my favorite voicing of an F9 chord for you right now. So you're gonna play F, C, and A in the left hand. That's the perfect 5th and a major 10th. In the right hand, you're gonna play C, E flat, and G, which is the 5th, the 7th, and the 9th. Now, why not double the root? Doubling the root would stabilize the chord even more, make it more solid. But I like doubling the 5th because it adds to that instability, that air of potential that comes with this chord. It's gonna go somewhere else. You don't know where yet. A really easy and effective way to add a bitonal element to your compositions is to simply add a perfect 5th a whole step below whatever chord you're playing at the moment. So for example, if I were to play E major, A major, B major, E major, 1, 4, 5, 1. To make it sound really interesting and bitonal, add a D and an A underneath that E major chord. Under the A chord, add a G and a D. And under the B major chord, add an A and an E. All of a sudden, that simple 1, 4, 5, 1 is transformed into something really magical. Try it out. Did you know that in order to navigate the entire circle of fifths in one direction on a piano, an 88-key piano, you have to start on the lowest possible C, C1, and it'll end up on the highest possible C, C8, just by going up perfect fifths. Here's a really nice chord progression that embraces subtle shifts from minor to major using lots of common tone, and it's very impressionistic. So, C sharp minor, C major with the 9th, A minor 7, A flat major with the 9th, F minor, maybe with the 9th too, E major with the 9th, and then G sharp major or A flat major, probably with the 9th. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression for you that's very cinematic, has a lot of potential to be used in maybe some kind of a dramatic movie scene. A major 7, E minor 7, D major, C major with the 9th, major, suspended fourth, F major 7, G major with the ninth, and then A. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a nice chord progression I've been experimenting with. F sharp minor, then D major, and E major. I throw in a lot of different color notes in there, some suspended stuff. Eventually I move to B minor 7, then G major with the ninth, and I like to play the ninth up on top here, and then A major, followed by B major, which is a nice playable cadence back to F sharp minor, and repeat the whole process again. So here's what it sort of sounds like. Here's a nice chord progression you can try. G sharp minor, then A major 7 with the ninth, G sharp minor in first inversion with the seventh, C sharp major, D major with the sharp 4, E major, sus 4 resolving, and then F sharp major. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really weird and quirky chord progression for you. E, augmented 7. Then D major with the sharp 4. A major 7. F sharp minor. C major 7. A major with the ninth. And B major, probably with the ninth. And then repeat all over again. Here's kind of a cool thing I've been playing around with. With the F held down with the sostenuto pedal in the upper part of the piano, you're going to play A flat major, first inversion, G flat major, first inversion, E major, first inversion, D major, first inversion, then A major, second inversion, G major, second inversion, F major, root position, and then A major, root position. So here's what it sounds like with that F held down. I think that's pretty cool. Try this approach to making chord progressions. Start with some chord, C major 7, for example. Take that chord and invert it around the root. So C major 7, major 3rd, minor 3rd, major 3rd. Go down instead. Major 3rd, minor 3rd, major 3rd. So you had C major 7, turns into D flat major 7. You have two chords. Pick another chord. How about G7, G, B, D, F. Invert that. So major 3rd, minor 3rd, minor 3rd. Go down instead. Major 3rd, minor 3rd, minor 3rd. You get an A half diminished. Take those four chords and make music out of them. Here's a pretty cool chord progression you can try. All major seventh chords, a minor third apart. And you'll see that it cycles pretty much endlessly. Start on a B flat major 7, down a minor third, G major 7, down a minor third from there, E major 7, minor third from there, D flat major 7, and then down a minor third from there, and you're back at B flat. Do this as long as you'd like, and then find a chord that you want to cadence to. I'm going to cadence on C. So here's what it sounds like. Here's a really heavy chord progression you can try. F major 7 with the sharp 4, then C sharp minor 7, A minor 7 with the 9th, then C major 7 with the 9th, kind of an open voicing, and then E flat major 7, and then repeat. Using an augmented triad as your bass line, you might think that you're pretty limited with what you can do, because that bass line is just going to repeat over and over again, just because major thirds are completely symmetrical. But what you can do is go up with major sevenths, for example. But then on the way down, go down with minors. That's kind of an interesting sound. And then maybe instead of going back up with majors, maybe you go back up with dominants. And then go down with diminished. So, limited bass line, but limitless chord potential. Here's kind of an interesting descending chord progression you can try. I like to play these chords really close together and kind of on the low end, give it a lot of gravity. So start on a B flat minor 7 chord, then A flat major 7 with the 9th, G flat major with the 9th, F dominant 7, probably with the 9th also, because why not? Then E major 7, E flat major 7, D flat dominant, and then C major. I'm playing these in root position, but of course you can always experiment with inversions. Here's a really easy and consistent way to voice a 9 chord with a suspension in it. One way would be with the suspended 4th, and the other way would be with the sharp 4. So, suspended 4 first. Left hand, perfect 5th. F, C in this case. Right hand, first inversion triad with G, B flat, and E flat. E flat, first inversion. So the notes are the 9th, the sus4, and the minor 7th, the 7th. That's a suspended 9 chord. Now here's another one with the sharp 4 instead of sus4. Instead of playing E flat major, play E minor. Quite a different sound, but you just move 2 notes by half step. Pretty nice. One of my favorite things to do when I'm writing a piece, when I'm experimenting with a sound, is to unravel it and spread it apart the range. And I've talked about this in the past on this channel before, but it bears repeating. You don't need a lot of material. You just need to use that material in interesting ways. So the material that we're starting with, this little cluster, F, A flat, C, D flat, E flat. Here's my little improv on it. Here's a nice, really delicate and gentle 4-chord progression that you can try. Starting on D flat, major 7, maybe with the 9th. Then play A flat major in the right hand with a G flat and a D flat in the left hand. Then E major 7, and then E flat major with the 9th. Probably more correct to call the E major F flat, but you get the idea. Try out these two harmonies in your compositions and see what kind of magical dissonances you can create. So the first one, they're both going to have the same right hand. A, D sharp, and G sharp. Tritone and a major 7th. Left hand, the first combination is going to be F sharp and C sharp. The second combination, shift that down a half step, F and C. And in the right hand, I like to move up like that. So, see what you can create with these two very interesting dissonant harmonies. Here's a quick step-by-step process of how I create a lot of my music. So, step 1, find a little motive. Short. That's up a major 6th and down a whole step from C. C, A, G. That's not enough though. We need a little bit more. So I'll take that and invert it. I went up a major 6th, down a whole step. This time I'll go down a major 6th and up a whole step. Now I have 6 notes. That sounds like a melody. Sweet. Now we need some harmony. So how can we find some chords that might help? Well, I'm drawn to that low note. So maybe I'll make an E flat major chord. And then maybe an F major chord. And start on some kind of a C chord. That sounds like a promising start. Here's part 2 of how I start composing a piece of music. So in my last short, we made a melody, and we added harmony to that melody. The next step is, once you've lived in that world for a little while, it's time to move on. It's time to go somewhere different. So if you take all those chords that I played, the notes that you end up with, what haven't we played? Well, we haven't played E, G sharp, D, and F sharp. Those are the missing notes. So maybe use these notes as our next key area, E major, and then go down a 6th. And it's sort of like a transposition to a new world. So you start here, and then you go here. Moving along. This is part 3 of my short series of how I start composing a piece of music. In the first video, we talked about how do you find that initial motive, creating some kind of melody to work around, and then finding some initial harmonic space to play with.
In the video after that, we talked about where to go next and how to find a new unexplored path of harmony based on what you didn't use in the first round. And now in this round, we talk about where to go next. And for me, the next most important thing is actually to just write it all down. And my favorite kind of paper here is the Carta 27. It's huge. It's got a lot of room to work on. And I like to sketch everything out. I like to write out all the melodies, all the motives, all the harmonies I'm using, have it all in front of me, and then start to think, okay, how does it all work together? Because once you have it in front of you, it's a lot easier to process than just keeping it all in your head.
This is part 4 of how I start writing a piece of music. So at this point, you've set up a melody, you have some motives, you have some chords, you have a couple of different key areas, and you've sketched it all out on paper. Now the real work begins. And the next stages are all up to you and how you approach your own craft. But the thing I'd recommend most of all is don't stray from the material that you already have too quickly. You'd be surprised how much mileage you can get out of just a few things. And that's the thing that beginner composers struggle with the most. They feel like they constantly need to change things and move forward, and then there's this feeling of constant exposition. But really, take a step back and see how far can I get with that limited material that I started out with at the beginning. And you'd be really surprised the kind of magic that you can make with those starting chords and notes.
Here's part 5 of how I write a piece of music, and this is probably the hardest part of all, finishing the piece. So I like to think of endings in 2 ways. They can either be affirmative or they can be a question. And fundamentally, before you try to write an end to your piece, you have to figure out how you'd like to approach that ending. Do you want to proclaim that this piece is finished? You are affirming the journey that you've been on. Or are you going to ask a question? Are you going to present some kind of mystery, some kind of unanswered sensation that'll linger on after the piece has concluded? And I think it's really important to assess which direction you're going before you even try to write a note. Because once you have that answer, affirmative or questioning, sometimes the pieces of the puzzle will just fall in place. Here's a cool way to construct a chord progression. Left hand, major 7 chord, C major 7 in this case. Right hand, minor pentatonic built on the 3rd of that chord, in this case E. To move to the next chord, that minor pentatonic, you're going to stop on the 3rd note from the bottom, which is A in this case, becomes the 3rd of the left hand chord, F major 7. You do it again, stop on D in the right hand, B flat major 7 in the left hand. Do it again, G in the right hand, E flat major 7 in the left hand. When you're ready to be done with the chord progression, bypass that pattern, end on the tonic note of that pentatonic scale, which becomes the root of a major chord in the left hand. Try it out for yourself. It's some pretty nice sounds.
In a previous video, I talked about getting a lot of mileage out of limited material, and I wanted to elaborate on what I meant by that. So using this melody, which I referenced in previous videos, you can do lots of different things. For example, play it backwards. Or you can break it up into different combinations. Or you can play 2 notes at the same time. Or contrary motion. You can play 3 notes at the same time. It goes on and on, but that's just an example of how far you can take that set of notes, and that doesn't even consider transpositions. So give it a try, see how far you can stretch your material. Here's a pretty interesting chord progression for you that starts in a really dissonant place but ends up in a nice tonal world. So D augmented 7, augmented major 7 if you want to be specific, and then G dominant 7 with the sharp 11 up on top, C7, then B7, maybe with the 9th, E major. You can experiment with inversions as well. Here's what it sounds like in context.
I've been playing around with this chord pattern. I have no idea how I'm going to use it in a piece of music yet, but I'm going to figure out a way because it sounds awesome. In the right hand, I'm playing B minor, then A major, then G sharp minor, and then F sharp major. In the left hand, I'm playing C major, D major, E major, and F sharp major. So there's a little bit of contrary motion happening, and it's kind of meeting at that F sharp, a tritone away from C. Here's what it sounds like together. There's a lot of dissonance, but it's sort of bright dissonance, and it has a lot of potential. How would you use that chord progression? Let me know in the comments below. It's kind of an unusual way to start on tonic and make your way back to tonic by sequencing through thirds. So start on some tonic chord, A major, for example, and then on the fifth of that chord, E, build an augmented triad. So E, G sharp, and B sharp. Then from there, that B sharp is the leading tone to C sharp. Then you have C sharp major or C sharp minor if you want. The fifth of that chord is G sharp. Build an augmented chord here, G sharp, B sharp, and D double sharp leads to F major. Do it again, C augmented leads to A. And you're back at tonic. It's kind of cool. Spice up your chord progression. May the 5th be with you. If you've been following this channel for a while, you know I love weird sounds, and I think I got a pretty weird one for you today. We're going to use a C major scale going up, and a C major scale going down. Each of those notes is going to be the root of a chord. We're going to go contrary motion using major chords. C major first. What do you think? Is that too weird, or just weird enough? How would you use that chord progression in your own music? Here's a pretty nice chord progression you can try. D major, first inversion, E major, first inversion, B flat major 7, root position, F major 7 with the 9th, G major 7 with the 9th, C major 7, and then D major. Here's what it sounds like in context. Try it out for yourself. Here's 3 ways of voicing a G minor 7 chord with the 9th. So G minor 7, G, B flat, D, F, and A. Here's my favorite way. G, D, then
F, A, B flat. I like this because it embraces the closeness of that minor second. The second way of doing it is having the 5th and the 10th, and then the 7th and the 9th up on top, sort of isolating the dissonant notes. And the last way, which I think is the most dissonant, is 5th, the 9th, and then the 7th and the 10th. I find that to be the most dissonant of them all because having the 9th sort of in the middle of the texture creates a muddier sound to it. It's a little bit more at odds with the overtone series. So try those chords out. Here's a pretty spicy chord progression to try. A major 7 with the 9th, then E half diminished in first inversion with the 4th. You can also call this G minor with the 6th and the 9th. Then F dominant 7 with the 9th and the sharp 11. A flat major in second inversion, maybe add an extra note, maybe the 7th, and then D flat major with the 7th and the 9th. Who knows? So that harmonizes a whole tone scale in the bass. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a quirky little chord progression that you can try. E major, then B flat major, tritone away. Do it again. B flat again. Then D major, first inversion, then F minor, you can add the D if you want, and then C major with the 9th. Here's what it sounds like in context. I want to teach you a really beautiful chord pattern that you can try, and it all revolves around this right hand motion, D sharp to E in octaves, over and over again. You're just going to keep repeating this. First chord in the left hand is A major. Then F sharp minor in the left hand, sort of makes a diminished chord. Then B major, you can add the 7th, and then E major. Here's what it sounds like in context. It's beautiful. How would you use that in a piece of music? Here's a beautiful chord progression to celebrate Mother's Day. E flat major with the 7th and the 9th. Keeping the E flat in the bass, A flat major chord with the 9th. Keeping the E flat in the bass, B flat major with the 9th, and then E flat major again. Happy Mother's Day. Here's an idea for some music that you can try. So using all 12 chromatic pitches, you're going to create some nice textures. Start with E flat, G, and D up in the high range, sort of like an E flat major 7 chord. Then play C, F, B flat, A flat, D flat, G flat, and then B, E, A. And then play around with those combinations in different ranges. So here's what it sounds like in context. I love the sound of those close fourths. It's really mysterious. would you use this? I love the relationship between the major 1 and the chromatic mediant up a minor third, but instead of being a major chord, making it a minor chord. So C major up to E flat minor. I think that's a really interesting relationship. So how do you get there? Well, here's a way. 1, 4, 5, that's C major, F major, and G major. On the 5 chord, on the G chord, keep the third the same, keep the B common, and shift the other 2 notes up a half step to G sharp, B, and D sharp, or in this case, A flat, C flat, and E flat. Then go to B flat major, add the 7th, and then go to E flat minor. So here's what that whole sequence sounds like. Pretty cool, huh? A really easy way to spice up a 1-4-5-1 chord progression. Here we go. So in D major, start with the D major 7 chord. Then the 4 chord is G major. I like to add the 9th and the 7th. And then A major, which is 5. So super standard, right? To spice it up, add an A flat major 7 chord as a passing chord before you hit the G chord. It's sort of like this. And then instead of playing the A chord straight up, play A major in the left hand while playing a G major in the right hand, and then resolve. So that fancy version sounds like this. Try it out for yourself. Here's how you can enhance your 6-2-5-1 in C major using mode mixture. So 6-2-5-1 in C is A minor, D minor, G major, and then C major. Using mode mixture, you can borrow chords from C minor and use them instead of the chords that normally happen in C major. So for example, instead of A minor, you could do A flat major. So, pretty cool, right? Instead of D minor, you could do D diminished. And instead of G major, you can do G minor. All of a sudden, it sounds modal. So you can do different combinations. Or try those combos for yourself. Here's a really easy way to always be able to make a sus13 chord on the piano based on any note. So what a sus13 chord is the root, the 5th, the 7th, the sus4, the 9th, and the 13th. How you can always conceptualize this is in the left hand, play the root and the 5th of the chord, so in this case C and G. And in the right hand, play a major 7 chord based on the 7th of the chord. So the 7th of C is B flat. Make a major 7 chord, B flat major 7. So you have a sus13 chord. This works anywhere because all you have to think is one whole step below C, one whole step below the root, and then make a major 7 chord off that note. So B flat, sus13, start on A flat in the right hand. And there you have it. Easy method. Try it for yourself. Here's a beautiful chord progression you can try that has a lot of really interesting melodic potential that uses half steps. So, first chord, G major 7 with the 9th, G sharp minor 7 with the 9th, A major with the 9th and the 6th, B minor 7 with the 4th, C sharp minor 7, D major with the 9th, and then F sharp major. Here's what it sounds like in context. So when you think of a fully diminished 7 chord, you usually think that it's the leading tone to something. For example, C fully diminished, leading tone to D flat. A fully diminished, leading tone to B flat. So another way that you can resolve a fully diminished 7 chord is take any of those notes, C, E flat, G flat, and B double flat, and use that as the root of some other chord. So for example, C, the root of this chord, I'll make it the root of a C major chord. That's a really interesting resolution. Sounds like Brahms. That A diminished, what if we took the E flat, the 5th, and made that the root of the next chord? Whoa. Super dramatic. So what do you think? What kind of resolutions can you come up with your fully diminished 7 chord? Here's a really cool chord pattern I've been playing with. I don't know how I'm going to use it exactly. I'm thinking maybe a big band moment or a big orchestral moment where you have a lot of parallel chords happening dramatically. I'm not sure yet, but here's what it sort of sounds like. F major with the 9th, E flat major first inversion, F major first inversion, B minor 7, G flat major with the 9th, A flat major with the 9th, and then repeat. So think really big ensemble sound with these block chords and interesting rhythms. So we'll see how that develops. Here's a beautiful chord progression that has a lot of dissonance, but sounds really intimate. It's got a lot of augmented major 7 chords in it. So, first chord, D flat major in 3rd inversion with the C in the bass. B flat minor 7. A augmented major 7. D flat major 2nd inversion. G half diminished 7. Then F augmented with the 9th. E flat minor 7. A flat major 7, and then D flat major 7. Here's what it sounds like in context. I'm going to play a little improv using the D Mixolydian scale as my root bass line, but the chords themselves aren't following Mixolydian. They're a little bit different. So D major, E major, F sharp minor 7 with the 9th, G major with the 9th, A major, B minor 7, C major, and then back to D. So that's a D Mixolydian scale in the bass line. Here's my little improv on it. I'm going to teach you a really simple oscillation, just one chord, but 2 different inversions. So the first chord is D major 7. In the left hand, I'm playing D, A, and D. In the right hand, I'm playing F sharp, A, and C sharp. So root position, D major 7 chord. The next chord is going to be the same thing, but in first inversion. In the left hand, you play F sharp, C sharp, and D. In the right hand, you do the same thing that you did before. Much different sound, much different character, though it is the same chord. See what you can do with just one chord, changing inversions. Here's a really nice 2-5-1 in G major that you can try. In the left hand, A, E, B, then D, A, F sharp, and then G, D, A. In the right hand, C, F sharp, B, then again for the D chord, and then for the G chord, B, E, A. So really nice voice leading. Here's what it sounds like. I was noodling around with some things, trying to look for some inspiration, and I started playing with A and B resolving to B flat. So A and B going to B flat. So then I started thinking, what chords have an A and a B in them? How about B7? Resolving to B flat. What else has an A and a B? How about F7 with the sharp 4? How about a G major, G7 with the ninth, going to B flat? And then I started thinking, okay, what if I just string those three chords together and then resolve to B flat? That's kind of neat. There might be something there. Sometimes you just have to play and experiment to find some cool stuff. We're going to enhance a 1-4-5-1 chord progression in A major. So A major is 1, D major is 4, E major is 5, and then back to 1. We're going to add a pentatonic chord using all of the black keys on the piano. And we're going to insert that between the chords as we see fit. So here's my little improv using that extra harmony. Pretty cool, huh? Here's a really easy and elegant chord progression you can try, starting with C major, D minor 7, E flat major 7, F major with the ninth, then G major, A minor 7, B flat major 7, and then C. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a cool way to spice up any 1-4-5-1 chord progression. Step 1, pick a key. C major, 1 is C major. F major is 4, G major is 5, C major is 1. Step 2, move up a minor third to the key of E flat. What's a 4 chord and a 5 chord in the key of E flat? Well, the 4 chord is A flat major, and the 5 chord is B flat major. Step 3, leave the left hand the same both turns around. So C, F, G, C, F, G, C. But the right hand is going to play C, F, G, C, A flat, B flat, C. Here's what it sounds like in context. Try it for yourself in any key. Here's a stunningly beautiful chord progression that leads to a plagal cadence in C major. So first chord, A minor 7. Then A flat major 9. G7 with the sus4. F minor 6, also known as D half diminished 7 in first inversion. And then C major. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a pretty advanced way to get from C major to A minor to F major back to C major. So, start on C major 7, then B flat major 9, E flat dominant 7, A minor 7, then G flat major 9, B7, F major with the ninth, then D flat major 7, probably with the ninth, G flat major, and then back to C. Here's what it sounds like in context. pretty cool. Here's a cool little 12-tone cluster thing that I've been playing around with. 3 different chords that you can try. So the first chord is E, G sharp, B, and F sharp. The next chord is C, E flat, B flat, and F. And then the next chord is A, D, G, and C sharp. And you can use these in different combinations. Here's a little improv based on those 3 groups of notes. Here's kind of a cool sequence you can try, starting on F major 9, then G major 9, G sharp minor 7, maybe with the 9th, B flat minor 7, C flat major or B major, A flat major, add 9, and then D flat. Here's what it sounds like in context. I think that sounds awesome. Here's a cool idea to create a mysterious texture. It involves 3 chords, F major, D flat major, and A major. In its most basic shape, it'll look like this. F, A, C, up a half step, D flat, F, A flat, up a half step, A, C sharp, E. That's pretty awesome. You can experiment with spacing, try to have more room between the notes. Or you can do that close position one that I played before, but change the low bass notes, so F in the bass. D flat. And A. Happy composing. Here's a beautiful oscillating pattern you can try. In the right hand, A, C sharp, F sharp. That F sharp is going to move back and forth between F sharp and G sharp. You can change around the rhythm. In the left hand, you're going to start on an F sharp minor chord, probably adding the 9th, then B major, maybe adding the 7th, then D major, and then E major. I like to add the 9th on the E major chord. And you can arpeggiate those left-hand chords however you'd like. Here's a little improv based on this pattern. Try it out. If you ever land on a major chord and want to just spice it up a little bit before truly resolving, you can do the following. Off of the 3rd, go up a half step, and then play a second inversion major triad. So in this case, C, G, E, C major. Off of this E, I'll go up a half step, play F, then B flat, D. And then resolve. There's just a little bit of extra dissonance. You get the flat 7 and the 9th in it, and also the added 4th. Works with any chord. So experiment. What's your favorite chord to use that pattern with? Here's an easy and effective method for creating a delicate chord vamp that uses one chord shape. We're going to use C minor as our example, C natural minor, C, D, E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, C. It's really important to think diatonically here. First chord, left hand, C, G, D, which is the 9th. Off of the 9th, go up the next diatonic step, which is E flat. Build a perfect 5th. So that's the basic chord shape. You're going to take that chord shape and put it basically anywhere you want in that key. A flat, E flat, B flat, C, G. F, C, G, A flat, E flat. So you can create a beautiful chord vamp that uses that for any chord. Same shape. Here's kind of a weird sequence that involves minor chords moving up a half step and then eventually resolving on a D major chord, and somehow I think it kind of sounds nice. So first chord, F sharp minor with the added ninth. G minor, also with the added ninth. Then moving to B minor 7 to C minor 7. Then G sharp minor with the ninth, A minor with the ninth, and then D major. There's something oddly satisfying about that. Here's a really cool way to create a lush harmony out of something that on its own is pretty dissonant. So the dissonant chord in question is G flat, C, and F, one of my favorite trichords. On its own, to my ear, it sounds very mysterious, but you can add some chords underneath it. For example, G flat major. Turns it into a G flat major 7 with a sharp 4. And then A flat 13. And then resolve to a D flat major chord. It's beautiful. Here's kind of a fun chord progression that gets to where it wants to go eventually, but it's got a couple of different tricks up its sleeve. So the first chord is D major, then G sharp minor with the ninth, then E minor 7, then F sharp major with the ninth, and then C major 7, and then B major. Here's what that sounds like in context. I think that's kind of fun. Try it for yourself. Here's a beautiful impressionistic chord progression that you can try. Starting on B flat, augmented major 7, then A major 7 with the sharp 4, then E flat, augmented major 7 in first inversion. You can also think of that as a G major with a minor 6th. Then F major 7 with the sharp 4, maybe the ninth if you'd like, and then resolve on G major. Or you can resolve on something crazy, but that's a nice tonal place to end. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful chord progression you can try that ends a piece in D flat major. First chord, E flat minor 7. Then F minor 7. G flat major with the ninth, D major 7, and then D flat major with the ninth, and maybe the 6th. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful little lullaby. If you want to play along, chords will be right here. I'm writing a piece for 8-part choir right now, and I happened upon this voicing that I've used a million times, but I'm not sure if I've talked about it on this channel before, so I want to share it with you. So the voicing, it's a F sharp major chord, but I'm voicing it like this. The basses are on F sharp, the baritones are singing a perfect fifth above that, and then the tenors are doing the third. So we have my classic, fifth and 10th situation. Then you can either split the tenors on A sharp and B, or you can have all the tenors on A sharp and have the altos be on the B. That will be a kind of a stronger sound, rather, depending on how many tenors you have to work with. And then have the soprano split on F sharp and A sharp. So you're doubling the root and the third, and having that nice dissonance right in the middle. I love it. Here is a beautiful chord progression. It's super simple, but it's got so much potential for melodic development, rhythmic development, and I think it's jam-packed with emotional energy, whatever that means. C major, G minor 7, D minor 7, A minor with the 9th, then F major 9, B flat major with the sus2 resolving to B flat major, and then back to C. Here's a little improv on it. Here's a really beautiful chord progression that you can try starting on F sharp minor with the 9th, going to C major 6 or A minor in first inversion, then D major, F major with the 9th, G major with the added 4th, and then resolving on D major. Here is what it sounds like in context. Here's a heroic chord progression for all you fathers out there. D minor, B flat major with the sus2, F major, and C. Simple, strong, and always dependable. Happy Father's Day. Here's a pretty cool sequence you can try that revolves around this bass line. Starting on C, down a major third, A flat, up a minor third to B, down a major third to G, up a minor third to B flat, down a major third to G flat, and then resolving on D flat. The chords are C minor, A flat major, B minor, G major, B flat minor, G flat major, and then D flat major. You can add whatever extra tones you'd like to these chords to spice them up. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a pretty cool sequence you can try that revolves around this bass line. Starting on C, down a major third, A flat, up a minor third to B, down a major third to G, up a minor third to B flat, down a major third to G flat, and then resolving on D flat. The chords are C minor, A flat major, B minor, G major, B flat minor, G flat major, and then D flat major. You can add whatever extra tones you'd like to these chords to spice them up. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here is the methodology that I use to compose most of the melodies in my music. I start with a small cell, something really, really basic. For example, up a major third, down a whole step. That's a good place to start. How about that same shape at a different pitch level? That was a minor third up, half step down. One more. Major third up, whole step down. Those three together, that's pretty cool. How about combining those with passing tones? And now we need an arrival point. That's how I write melodies. Here's an interesting chord progression you could try. It has a little bit of hint of innocence, perhaps. Starting on F sharp minor in first inversion, A flat major 9, F minor 9, E flat minor 7, D flat major 9, C7, F major. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really beautiful chord progression you can try starting on G sharp minor, then going to G major 6, or you can think of it as E minor in first inversion with the added fourth, so G, A, B, and then E. Then F sharp minor 7, F major 9, A flat major with the ninth, G minor 7, I like to add the fourth in there, and then C major. Here's what it sounds like in context. One of my favorite things to do when I'm just messing around at the piano is to start on one note and then work contrary motion outwards via half steps. So for example, start on F sharp, go out by half steps, and you'll hit the octave C. And then from there, I like to see, oh, what kind of chords can I play when I hit that octave C? So I'm going to give you a few examples. See if you can guess what I'm going to play. Let's do another one. One more. Here's a beautiful harmonic progression that's held together by a very simple melodic motive. Ascending stepwise thirds. Start on B flat major. Then G minor 9 with the added fourth. D minor 7. B flat major 9. F major. Here's the whole thing in context. A viewer asked about a previous video of mine where I talked about my melody writing process, and they asked, how would you harmonize the melody you came up with? So here are a few different options. E flat major, C minor, G minor, A flat major. Here's another one. C minor, A flat major, G minor, F minor. One more, C minor, A flat major, G minor again, and then change the last note to F major. There's a lot more options, but that's what I think of first off. When I'm improvising at the piano, I like to impose some restrictions on myself to help create a more cohesive sound. I don't consider myself to be a particularly technically proficient pianist, but I know my chords, and I think it really helps to have some kind of glue that'll hold the improv together, even if you kind of go off the deep end as you're doing it. So the limitations that I'm going to set for this quick improv: the chords, 2 chords in a row, are always going to be the same quality. Okay, so a major chord, then a major chord, then you can change it. And then also those 2 chords, they're always going to be a whole step apart. Let's see what happens. Kind of works. Here's a really quirky chord progression for you. It uses the C Phrygian scale as the bass line, but the chords don't use Phrygian all the time. So here are the chords: C minor, G flat major in second inversion, B major in first inversion, F minor, E flat major 7 in first inversion, A flat major 9, B flat major with the added 9th, and then C minor. Here's what it sounds like in context. The major second interval, in this case, B flat and C. In traditional Western tertian harmony, it is considered a dissonant interval, meaning it wants to resolve, either up or down. But despite its use as a dissonant interval, it has a lot of potential to be used in a lot of harmonies. I will give you some examples now, and at the end, you can let me know what else I might have forgotten. Let's start with an easy one. B flat major with the 9th. C7. F minor with the added 4th. E flat major with the 6th. D flat major with the 6th. A flat major. What else can you think of? What other chords? Let me know in the comments below. Here's kind of a wild chord progression that's held together by a very simple melodic idea. You take an octave and you work your way in by half steps, converging a tritone away. So if you start on C, you'll end up on F sharp. The chords that I use for this particular one is C major, D flat 7, D augmented, E flat major with the sharp 4, and maybe the 9th, E major, G7 in third inversion, and then F sharp major. And then you can work your way back out. Here is what it sounds like in context. I want to teach you a very easy method for incorporating all 12 pitches into a 4-chord chord progression that you can take to any pitch level. So start on some tone center, conceivably C major, even though you're not really in C major, but a 1 chord, major 1, then minor 2, then flat major 5, and flat minor 6. That's your basic framework for this. You can take it to another pitch level. How about G major? Major 1, minor 2, flat major 5, flat minor 6. So you can really easily go to different places using these chords, and you can mix and match as you want. And it opens up a lot of really interesting and unique pathways for your compositions. So how would you use this in your own music? Here's a beautiful and spicy chord progression courtesy of a viewer that I think you'll really enjoy. Starting on F sharp dominant 7 with the minor 10th. I love that. Then G minor 11, D7 with the flat 13th, and then B flat major 9, C major with the added 9th, resolving, and D major. Here's what it sounds like in context. We've got a massive thunderstorm rolling in, so I thought before we lose power, why not record a chord progression? Because I got my priorities straight. First chord, F sharp minor, probably with the 9th, D major, E major, G major with the 9th, B minor, A flat major with the 9th, and D flat major. You guessed it, with the 9th. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful cinematic chord progression that I've been working on. I'd love for you to tell me in the comments, what kind of a scene do you think this music might work in? So, E flat minor, C flat major 7, A flat major with the 9th. You repeat that. Then you go to G minor, B flat minor, then F major, F minor, G flat major with the 9th, A flat again, and then you repeat. One of my favorite ways to modulate to a different key is start with a tritone jump and then go either up or down a whole step, and taking that resulting chord as the 5 chord of whatever key you're going to. It's pretty simple, but there's something about the sound that I think kind of sounds cool. So start on C major, up a tritone to F sharp major, up a whole step to G sharp major, and then that's the 5 of C sharp major. So you've modulated up a half step. You can do the same thing going the opposite direction. C major, F sharp major, E major, which is the 5 of A. That kind of sounds cool too. Down a minor 3rd. Try it out, see what you can do. Here is one of my very favorite cadences. Start on C major, which will be our tonic. Then E augmented, maybe with the 7th, F major 7, maybe with the 9th, A flat major with the 9th and the 6th, and then C major with the 9th. Let's establish C major and then we'll get into that cadence. Here's a really weird and quirky sequence that you can try, starting on C sharp minor, then go down a minor 3rd to B flat, but play a major chord. The 3rd of that chord, play a minor chord, go down a minor 3rd, play a major chord. You're going to keep doing this. So E flat minor, C major, E minor, C sharp major. So you end up on the same tonic note that you started on, but it's the opposite quality. You started on C sharp minor, you end up on C sharp major. And you can keep going, of course, until you do it again, but I think that's kind of neat. This is what it sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression filled with sugar chords, starting on D flat major with the ninth, then C flat major over D flat major, then D flat major over G flat major 7, then C flat 9, B flat minor 7, A flat minor 9, D flat 7, or D flat 9, and then you can either end on G flat major, or I think it's more interesting to end on E flat major, which kind of opens up a new world of possibilities. This is what it sounds like in context. Here's a really nice way to voice a major 7 sus2 chord, and this shape will work basically anywhere. So step 1, left hand, find a note, B in this case. Then you're going to play a perfect fifth above that B. So above B is F sharp. So there's your foundation in the left hand. In the right hand, you're going to play a major triad based on that fifth. So in this case, F sharp major. F sharp major is F sharp, A sharp, C sharp. Okay? But you're not going to play it straight up in root position. You're going to play it in first inversion. So in first inversion, you have A sharp, C sharp, F sharp. Combine those two together, and you get this. A nice open-ended sonority. And I like this voicing in particular because you're doubling the fifth, which kind of adds to the instability of it. So try it out. See what kind of chords you can create with that shape. Here is a dramatic and dynamic chord progression for you to try, starting on F major 9. Then E flat major with the added ninth, D flat major with the sharp 4, F minor, E flat major, C major, B flat minor, G flat major 7, F major. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful chord progression that uses a lot of half-step motion, starting on A flat major, then A minor, B flat major, B minor, C sharp minor, A major with a sharp 4, G major, F major, major 9, and then E major to resolve. Here is what it sounds like in context. Here is a really nice chord progression in the key of D major. So you're going along in D and eventually you find yourself on an A major chord. Then C sharp 7, F sharp minor with the ninth, G major with the ninth and the 13th, then C7 in second inversion, and then D major. So let's establish D and then we'll get into that chord progression. So I want to invite you into my composer's toolbox this week, and I want to talk about some of the things that I really enjoy doing in my music that have been very successful for me to relay my thoughts. And one of the fundamental things that I do a lot of is going from the unison and going out. So you start on some unison note, and then you work your way to different places. And I like to set a pattern of some sort and then play around with it. So for example, this pattern will be start on unison E, then go up a major second and down a minor third. Now that we've set that pattern, we can alternate. So now we'll go up a minor third, down a major second. And then we'll do it again, we'll alternate. And now we have a nice moment to work with. Here is a really beautiful chord progression where the first two chords are the same shape, and that shape is a little complicated, but it doesn't have to be complicated. So the first chord is a B7, sus2, sus4 chord, but that's too crazy. Think about it as in the right hand, you're playing an A major chord in second inversion, and in the left hand, you're just playing a B open fifth, so B and F sharp. Then for the next chord, you just move it down a whole step. Then you're going to play a G major 9. Then you're going to play D major in first inversion, and then E major. So that whole thing in context. Another tool in my compositional toolbox is this idea of using common tone shifts from place to place. I don't really tend to think functionally when I'm writing music, but let's take an E minor chord, for example. You can use any of those notes to connect to a different chord. So E minor, that has an E, also C has an E, also A major has an E, also F sharp 7 has an E. So now you have connected chords, not functionally, but with the tone. You can do that with all of the notes in the chord. It's a very effective way to go from one chord to another without thinking that you're stuck going 1, 4, 5, 1, and you can get some really interesting chord relationships that way. Another tool in my toolbox that I use very often is inverting melodies and then using the results of those inversions to kind of inform the rest of the music. So I'll give you an example. Here's a melody. So it starts with the perfect fourth, then whole step, down a perfect fourth, whole step, whole step. You can invert that by doing the same exact pitch relationships, but the opposite direction. So with that, you can do lots of things. You can play it at the same time. That kind of sounds like John Tavener if you're familiar with his music. Or you can play, have a long extended melody. Or you can take elements of those and use the resulting chords in different ways. Lots of options. Here's a really nice sequence that uses a lot of first inversion chords, starting on an A major chord, then D major, first inversion, F major, C major, first inversion, C minor, first inversion, G minor, G flat major, and then F major. You can also swap out that F major and go from G flat major to a D flat major chord, and then work your way to that F chord. Here is what it sounds like in context. Another important tool in my compositional toolbox is the use of silence. Now, normally when I'm recording these shorts, I just don't have enough time to incorporate a lot of silence in my music, but in longer pieces, it's really important to let the music breathe. And so when you're doing a chord progression, for example, 1, 4, 5, 1, super simple. You can keep doing that forever, but it gets boring after a while. What if you just a little bit of extra space, or completely clear the sound altogether? 1, 4, 5, 1. Same chords, but totally different weight. So experiment with adding silence in your own music. Here's a beautiful chord progression for you to try, starting on A major, then E minor 7, E flat major 7, then B flat major, F major, G major, and then repeat. If you like the way that sounds, check out my new choral album, A Sonic Tapestry, streaming everywhere, available on my Bandcamp, link in the comments below. Another important element of my compositional toolbox is this idea of fluid rhythm and not being so square. When I was taking composition lessons, when I just got to my master's, my teacher told me, "Your music is way too square. I want you to avoid the bar line as much as possible." And I took it to heart. I really avoided the heck out of that bar line for like 3 or 4 years. And it's really made a big difference. So try to avoid a lot of different hard landing points and see if you can stretch things out or cut things. And sometimes all you need to do is add or subtract one beat. I'm going to improvise a little bit, and each time I'm going to do this 2-5-1. I'm just going to make it a little bit different. And even though I'm playing the same chords, it's always going to feel a little bit different. Here's a beautiful descending chord progression starting on this A flat major 6 chord with the 9th. You can also think about it as an F minor chord in first inversion with the added 4th. For all of these chords, when I'm having the 9th, I'm going to double that 9th to kind of add to the instability. Then F minor 9, E flat major 9 with the sharp 4, then D flat major with the added 9th, and then C major with the suspended 4th, resolving. Here is what it sounds like in context. Let's talk about the many ways of resolving a dominant 7 chord. So of course, you can go 5-1. Or you can take the root and the 7th and go out by half step. Kind of like an augmented 6 chord or a tritone substitution. Or you can use any of the chord tones and use a common tone modulation. So if C is the root of the C7 chord, you can take that and go to an A minor chord. Or the E is the 3rd, you can go to E major. That's kind of interesting. G major. Most interesting of all, you can take the C, go up a half step to C sharp. You can take the G, go down a half step to F sharp. C7 to F sharp 7. That is really cool. A tritone away. Are there any other ways that you can think of? Leave a comment below. Here is a simple but effective cinematic chord progression that I think can be used in a lot of movie scenes or gaming scenes. And it's simple enough, but has a little bit of a turnaround that keeps it fresh. So start on E minor, then go to A major, then go to D major. Now you want to go to G after this, but instead you're going to go to C, then D flat major, E flat major, and then F major. feel free to add whatever extensions you'd like. Here is a little improv on it. Here's a really beautiful chord progression for you to try, starting on an F minor 9 chord. Then G flat major 6 with the sharp 4 and the 9th. You can also think of it as an E flat minor chord, minor 7, E flat minor 7 with the 6th. Then A flat major 9, B flat major with the added 9th, and then C major. Here is a little improv based on that chord progression. Here's a beautiful chord progression for you to try with really subtle shifts and lots of spicy dissonance. Start on a G minor 9 chord, then G fully diminished 7 with the 9th, major 9th, F major 9, F diminished triad with the major 7th, and maybe even keep the 9th. The 9th kind of really makes it pretty juicy. Then C major 7, F major with the sharp 4, and then A major with the 9th. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really easy method to create filler chords between things that doesn't require a lot of effort. So a 1-4-5-1, super simple, C major, C major, F major, G major, C major. What you're gonna do is for each of these chords, take the root and the 5th and go up a whole step from the root and up a whole step from the 5th, and then play all 4 of those notes. So C, G, and then D, A. Then play the F chord. F, G, C, D, then play the G chord, G, A, D, E, and then go back to C. This will work with any chord progression, but 1-4-5-1 works perfectly fine. Let's talk about a few different ways to resolve this super dissonant chord. G, B flat, D flat, and F sharp. It's G diminished triad with a major 7th. So, probably the way that most of you are thinking is going to B flat minor. That's sort of the diatonic way to do it, if there is such a thing. You can also go to B flat major. It's pretty satisfying. You can go to D flat major, add the 9th, or you can go to D flat minor. That's interesting. You can do a 5-1 sort of thing. You can go to C major. That's really cool. Maybe you can go to E flat major. So many different possibilities. What do you think? What can you think of as a resolution for that G chord? Here is a gorgeous chord progression filled with tons of emotional potential, starting on C minor, then A flat major 9, G flat major with the added 9th, then D flat major sus 4, resolving, F minor, B flat major sus 2, resolving, G flat major 7, E flat major sus 4, resolving, and then loop the whole thing. Here's a really cool chord sequence that you can try that goes for a very long time, far longer than this short will allow me to play. But you're essentially going to start on an A major chord or whatever you want, and you're going to alternate major sixth and minor sixth. You're going to only play major chords though. So a major sixth above A is F sharp major. Then a minor sixth above that is D major. Up a major sixth, B major. Minor sixth above that, G major. Major sixth above that is E major. Minor sixth, C major. Major sixth, A major. So you're sort of back to where you were. You can keep going though. Here is a gorgeous group of chords that will always work beautifully well together. Starting on an A major chord, add the sharp 4, add the ninth. F sharp minor 9, then B9, and then if you want a cadence, go to E major. If you want to break that pattern and add a little wrench to the equation, do a D major chord. There's that mix of D natural and D sharp. So you can use these chords in any number of combinations. Here's a little improv based on those chords. Here are 3 ways to voice a sus2 sharp 4 chord, one of my very favorite delicate chords to do. So, in the left hand, first one, D and A, perfect fifth. In the right hand, G sharp and E. So you're going to have that sharp 4 and the ninth isolated from the foundation, perfect fifth. And then from here you can resolve if you want. Kind of nice. Another way to voice this is super close position. D, E, G sharp, A, really embracing those seconds, super dissonant. And then one more way is to have that perfect fifth again, then the ninth, and then the sharp 4. So sort of close, but still having that floating dissonant sound above. So try it out. Really beautiful. If you want to go 5-1 in G major, you'll go D7 and then G major. But if you're like me and you want to overcomplicate things, you can do the following and add some extra chords between the D chord and the G chord. So start on D7, but add the 13th. Then play an F sharp major with the sharp 4. Then play an E flat major with the sharp 4 in first inversion. Then play an A flat major with the added ninth. And then resolve to G. So here's what that sounds like in context. Try it for yourself. Another part of my composition toolbox is this idea of blossoming harmony. So you take an anchor chord, A, C sharp, E. For the first example, we're going to keep the C sharp the same, and we're going to go out with the A to a G sharp and a B, and out from the E to a D sharp and an F sharp. And then from here, I'll go to F sharp 9. That's really nice. Another way is instead of going down a half step, up a whole step, you can go up a half step, down a whole step. So the A becomes G, B flat, the E becomes D and F. Which is pretty interesting. If you get rid of the C sharp, it's a little bit more tonal. And then from here, probably F major 9. So lots of different options, and it's a cool way to explore where a certain chord will take you and not think diatonically. Here's a really interesting chord progression. I think it has some weird twists and turns, but there's something oddly satisfying about it. You can let me know in the comments if you think it works or not. A major, then E flat major, tritone away. G major, probably with the ninth, F major 9, B flat major 7, G flat major with the ninth, then D major, maybe D7, and then A. Here's a little improv so you can hear it in context. I kind of like it. Here's a really easy way to modulate down a half step. Let's start in C major as our reference point and just a 1, 4, 5, 7, 1. So C major, F major, G7, C major. You can take that 5, 7 chord, the G, and take the root down a half step and the 7th up a half step. So G becomes F sharp and then F becomes F sharp. So we're kind of going out and in towards the tritone away from C. Okay? And then from there, you're going to play a B major chord in second inversion, then F sharp major, and then resolve. Sort of like a 1, 6, 4, 5, 1. So here's what that sounds like. And then you can keep going to another key. In perpetuity. Here is a really beautiful chord progression in C minor. So start on C minor, then play an E flat 9, then A flat major 9, C augmented 7, then F minor 9, G flat major with the added ninth, D flat major, and then G7 with the sus4. Probably resolve, and then back to C minor. Here's a beautiful little chord vamp that you can try that you can add so much to, and it's always just kind of fun to play. So start on D major, then keep the D pedal in the left hand while you play an E major chord in the right, then play G minor, A minor, B flat major with the ninth, C major. And then you repeat the whole process and add whatever extensions you'd like. Here's a little improv on it. If you want to get some more modal mileage out of your 1-4-5-1, you can try the following. So 1-4-5-1 in C major, C, F, G, C. On each of these chords, you're going to take the fifth of that chord and add a minor triad built on that fifth. So for the C chord, C, E, G, you're going to also play G, B flat, D. Then on the F chord, you're going to play F, A, C, then C, E flat, G, and then for the G chord, G, B, D, D, F, A. So you're just going to add these extra notes, and it's going to give it a little bit of a modal flair. Here's what it sounds like. It is pretty cool. Here is a really cool chord progression starting on F major, then G flat major 7 with the sharp 11, A flat major with the ninth, B flat major with the ninth. Then D minor 7, G minor with the ninth, D flat major with the ninth, and then F major with the ninth. Here is what it sounds like in context. Here's a neat little chord pattern that you can try. It's not very complicated, but it's got a little bit of spice that I think is kind of fun to play. So A flat major, then B flat major, then you're going to move to D major, E major, then back to A flat major, B flat, and then C. So the thread between these chords is, on that B flat major chord, the third of that chord is going to become the root of the next chord. And then for the E major chord, the third of that one is going to be the root of the A flat major chord. And then instead of just doing that forever, you resolve to a different place. So it's simple, this mentality of finding a chord to go to. You just pick a common tone and go there. Here's a cool idea for your next mysterious composition. It's going to involve 2 hexachords. The first one is going to live up in the high range. So we're talking B, C, D, E, F, and G sharp. The other hexachord is going to live down in the lower range, and it's all the other notes. We have D flat, E flat, G flat, G natural, A, and B flat. So how I like to play this is, for the top hexachord, I'm going to do combinations. And I really like these two. I like F, B, and E, and then D, G sharp, and C. Those 2 combinations. And then for the left hand, for the bottom range, I'm just going to do octaves of single notes from that group. So here's a little bit of what that sounds like. It's pretty cool. Here's a beautiful yet quirky chord progression that takes you through an augmented triad via a sequence of little modulating effects. Starting on an A flat major chord, then E minor, B minor, C major, then A flat minor, E flat minor, E major, then C minor, G minor, back to A flat major, and then resolve to E flat major. Here's what it sounds like in context. I love exploring the different sounds that you can make when starting from some interval and then working out with some set pattern. So let's start with a major third, G flat and B flat. And the set pattern is going to be contrary motion, perfect fourths. So from the B flat, you're going to go to E flat, then A flat, then D flat, then G flat, and then C flat. From the G flat, you're going to go down perfect fourths. So G flat, D flat, A flat, E flat, B flat, and F. And the cool thing is you're going to end up on kind of a spicy interval. So here's what that sounds like with the pedal down. So you end up on a tritone, which is really interesting. So where in that pattern would you stop? What sounded good to you? Maybe where did we go too far? Let me know in the comments below. I want to share with you one of my favorite chord shifts from a major chord up a half step with some spice. So the chord that we're going to start with is F major. In the right hand, you're going to play C, F, A. That's F major, second inversion. And in the left hand, you're going to play F, C, and A. So that's root position. The left hand, you're going to move entirely up a half step. So G flat, D flat, and B flat. That's the easy part. Nice shift, okay? The right hand, you're gonna keep the C the same, the F the same, but only move that top note up to B flat. So you're playing sort of like a B flat major sus2 chord. So what that sounds like is this. And you end up with this G flat major 7 with the sharp 4. It's so beautiful. What can you do with that chord pattern? Here's a pretty spooky chord sequence that you can try. Each of these chords is going to use the same shape until the resolution at the end. And it's going to be a dominant 7, sharp 4 chord without the third. So we're going to start with D, A, C, and then D and G sharp. And we're going to keep this shape the same for each of these chords. Then F, C, E flat, F, B natural, A flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, D natural, B, F sharp, A, B, F natural. And now we're going to break that pattern and resolve to E flat major. So here's what it sounds like in context. I hope you enjoyed that as the rain is battering my window. Here's a really interesting chord progression for you to try that's based around this little sequence of going up a tritone, then down a perfect fifth. So in the left hand, essentially, you're playing a bass line of F, B, E, B flat, E flat, A, and on D. The chords are going to be F major with the ninth, then B minor 7 with the fourth, E major, B flat major with the sharp 4, E flat minor, that's kind of a weird one, then A7, maybe with the ninth, and then D major. So ending with a nice 5-1. Here is what it sounds like in context. Here's a really cool cinematic chord progression that uses perpetual motion and only 4 chords. So the chords are D major, F sharp minor, E major, and B minor. The trick is, in the left hand, you're going to do that chord progression over and over and over again. In the right hand, you're going to repeat each of those chords 4 times in a row. And then when you're done, you can either restart or try different inversions. Here is what it sounds like. Lots of potential there. Let me know what you think. Here's a really cool idea for your next super dissonant piece. You're going to start on a B flat, and you're going to follow a set pattern. You're going to always keep that B flat down, but you're going to go up from it by a minor third, and then down a half step. And then after that, you're going to switch. You're going to go up a half step, then down a minor third, then up a minor third, down a half step, so on and so forth. But always keep that B flat pedal. Here is what that sounds like. It's really awesome how it ends up on that B flat double octave. Here is what that sounds like one more time. What kind of sounds can you make with that? Here is a really beautiful chord progression that uses a nice voicing of a C13 chord, which is going to be C, F, B flat in the left hand, and in the right hand, E, A, and D. Then after that, you're going to go to F9. Then B flat major with a sixth, aka G minor 7 inverse inversion. Then B flat minor 7, and then resolve to C major. There's something kind of exotic about that sound. Here is what it sounds like in context. Here's a really cool chord progression for you to try. It's got some fantasy video game vibes, a little bit of modal flair. So, starts on E major, then D major, first inversion, G major with the ninth, A major, B minor 7, C major, back to D major, root position this time, and then end back on E major. Here is what it sounds like in context. What is your first reaction when you hear this? Do you think, ugh, it's harsh, it's ugly, it's so dissonant? Think instead, wow, that has a lot of tension. That has a lot of potential. Potential for forward motion. That's how I hear dissonance. Dissonance is not something to be scared of. Dissonance is part of life. Dissonance has energy built up, wanting to resolve. Use dissonance to feed energy into your music. Here's a cool idea for your next composition. You're going to use the circle of fifths with minor triads, all based around this little melodic idea in the right hand. This idea is down a minor second, and then down a major third, and then repeating forever. When you're ready to stop the pattern, break the pattern, instead of going down a major third, you'll go down a whole step instead. So I'll give you a little bit of context here, and we're going to start on A minor, then go to E minor, then go to B minor, then F sharp minor, then C sharp minor, G sharp minor. Now instead of keeping going around the circle, I want to end soon. Go down to D sharp minor, and then B major. Breaking the pattern. See what you can do with that. Here's a really cool chord progression that flips effortlessly between the parallel major and minor. So we're going to start on E major, then we're going to play G sharp minor, then G major, then D major, back to E major, F sharp minor, probably with the ninth, then F major 7, back to E. You can add extensions as needed. Here is a little improv based on that chord progression. Try it out for yourself. I love harmonizing a whole tone scale very simply with just major triads and adding the ninth and the major 7th every now and then. There's something really simple and sublime about this sound. It's kind of like, I don't know, an air of innocence almost, but it's like a little weird. So, F major, G major, A major, B major, C sharp major, D sharp major, and then F major. So the whole tone scale, but all major triads. It sounds awesome. Try it for yourself. Here's kind of an interesting chord progression that's sort of D minor adjacent. So start on D minor, maybe add the 7th if you'd like, and go to G sharp minor with the 9th. It's kind of spicy. Then G major 9, B flat major 7, A7, and then D minor. So it's mostly D minor with a little bit of extra something to it. Here's a little improv based on that sound. I think it's kind of cool. Here's an idea for your next composition if you're struggling with figuring out where to go next. You're starting on some point. Let's say you're starting on some note, an octave apart, F. Here's a pattern you could try to go somewhere different. So in the left hand, in the lower part, you're going to go up by whole steps, F, G, A, B, C sharp. In the right hand, you're going to go down by half steps, F, E, E flat, D, D flat, or C sharp. So you're going to end up on that unison. That's kind of neat. How you can flesh this out is every time you have an anchor note, like an arrival point, play a major chord based on that note. So F major. And then C sharp major. That's cool. Do the same thing. A major. You can have some nice chord progressions that way. I was noodling around before with A, G, A, G, A. Super simple movement. And I thought, how can I harmonize this with some spicy harmony? And I thought, how about a G half diminished 13 chord? So in the left hand, you're going to play G, C, F, which is perfect fourths. And then in the right hand, B flat, D flat, E, and A. Gosh, that's so dissonant, but resolves beautifully to F major 9. Then E flat major 7 with the sharp 4, and then D major with the sus 4 resolving. Here's what that sounds like in context. I think that's pretty cool. Here's a cool sequence that embraces the minor second. Starting on C minor with the ninth, and make sure you have this voicing where you have that D and E flat really close together. Then D major. I love that shift. Pretty dramatic. Then G minor, again, embracing that second. Then A major. Break the sequence now, go to B flat major with a sharp 4. C major with the 4th, and then D major. So you really didn't travel that far harmonically, but there's so much dissonance that gives it so much life. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression that channels a little bit of a romantic period sort of sound. Starting on D minor 7, then A flat major with the ninth, A minor 7, E flat major with the ninth, E minor 7, B flat major, this time with the major 7th, and then E major, suspended 4th, resolving. I like to leave it open-ended, but you can let me know where you would resolve afterwards. Here's what it sounds like in context. Bonus points if you can tell me what sequence I used. Here is a beautiful chord progression filled with sugar chords, starting on B minor 7, then A flat major with the ninth. It's kind of a crazy shift, but something kind of really satisfying about that. Then G major 9, F sharp minor 9, F major 9, E minor 7, E flat major 7, and then G major. So, lush chords, beautiful parallel motion. What more do you really need? Here is what it sounds like in context. Here are a few ways to spice up a 2-5-1 in D major. So a 2-5-1 in D major is E minor, then A major, then D major. And you can add sevenths to all of those chords. The first way is to add the fourth to the E chord, and then add the major seventh to the A chord. Another way is keep that fourth in the E chord, and then make the A chord a minor 7 chord. Another way is to make the E chord diminished and make the A chord a major 7 chord. Lots of different options. Tell me which one you like the most. Here's a mysterious and mystical chord progression for you to try, starting on B minor, B flat sus2, A minor 9, A flat major with the added ninth, G minor with the fourth, maybe in the seventh as well, F major 7, maybe with the sixth, E flat major 7, and then D major. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a chord pattern for you to try that you can loop over and over again. It has a little bit of a neoclassical vibe to it, but also has just enough of that modern sound to keep it fresh and interesting. Starting on A major, then E flat 7, G major in second inversion, F sharp minor 9, D major, E major, sus 4, F major with the ninth and maybe the sixth, G, and then back to A. Here is a beautiful impressionistic chord progression starting on a B flat diminished major chord, which is really spicy. Then B flat minor 7 in third inversion, G flat major 7 with the sharp 4, E flat major over F, that's E flat major in first inversion in the right hand, and then F and C in the left hand. Then D flat major with the ninth, A flat major 9, and then F major 13 with the sharp 11. Here's what that sounds like in context. Try this for your next spooky and ethereal composition. You're going to make sure that none of these notes happen at the same time. So you're going to stagger everything. In your left hand or in the lower range, you're going to play E flat major, then you're going to play F major, and then you're going to play A flat major. In the right hand or in the high range, you're going to play A major in second inversion, then B major second inversion, and then C sus 4. Also second inversion. This is what it sounds like in context. That's got a lot of potential to it. Here's a beautiful chord progression that kind of has this air of nostalgia to it, and I can't put my finger on why, but if you can, you let me know in the comments below. So, first chord, B flat, sus 2, then A minor with the added ninth, D minor 7, D flat major 7, A flat major with the added ninth, G minor with the 4th, F minor 7, and then E flat major. Here's what that sounds like in context. It's beautiful. An easy way to add a little bit of color to your chord progressions is whenever you play a minor triad, play it with the 4th added, the perfect 4th. And I find that it adds a little bit of soft dissonance and extra tension without having something that really grabs your ear in any sort of way that says, oh, actually we have to do something. It's just like an extra little color. So I'm going to play you just a basic progression in D minor, and every time I play a minor triad, I'll add the 4th. Try it for yourself. Here is a beautiful chord progression filled with emotional energy, starting on D major 7, then E flat major 7 with sharp 4, F minor 11, G minor with the added 9th, then A flat major 7 in first inversion, G flat major with the added 9th, F minor 7, maybe with the 6th, and then C major. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful chord loop for you to try, starting on A major 7, F sharp minor 9, C major 9, and then D major. A major 7, F sharp minor 9, F major with the 9th, G major. And then repeat that forever. Here is a chord progression that you can try that will serve as a foundation for a pensive loop of some kind for your next composition. You can add a lot to it. It's really simple to play. Starting on A minor with the added 9th, you're going to play A, E, C in the left hand. In the right hand, you're going to play B and E. Then you're going to play G major with the 9th, G, D, B in the left hand, and then A and D in the right hand. Then you're going to play C major with the 6th and the 9th. So that's C, G, E, and D and A in the right hand. And then D major with the added 4th. D, A, F sharp, and then D and G. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a really interesting chord progression for you to try, starting on A major 7, then F major with the 6th and the 9th, then G major 7, E flat major 7 with the 6th, D flat major with the 6th, and then C major. Here is what that sounds like in context. If you're looking to create a horror or mystery texture in your next composition, try this chord. In the left hand, you're going to play B, F sharp, and C sharp. So that's sort of like a B sus2 chord. And in the right hand, you're going to play D, G, and B flat, which is sort of a G minor in second inversion. What it sounds like together is this. Really dissonant. From there, you can shift over. In your left hand, you're going to play B, F natural, and B, so it's this tritone. And in the right hand, you're going to play C sharp, F natural, and A. So it's like this B half diminished with the sus2. Here's what it sounds like together. That's awesome. Here is a really cool chord progression that you can try that has a lot of fantasy vibes to it. E flat major 7 with the suspended second. B flat major 7 also with the suspended second. Then a weird chord, E flat minor 7. And then C minor 7 with the ninth perhaps, maybe the fourth. Then D flat major 9, E flat major, and then F major. Here's what that sounds like in context. Pentatonic flourishes are a really easy way to spice up your improvisations and add a lot of color to them while not really doing anything too crazy. So this improvisation is going to use an A flat major 9 chord as the foundation. The chords are going to be A flat major, C minor, E flat major, G minor, and B flat major. And I'm going to alternate freely between these chords and use little pentatonic things to have a little bit more color. Here is what it sort of sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression that works really well at a cadence point. Starting on F sharp 9 with a sharp 11. That's F sharp, C sharp, A sharp, B sharp or C natural, E and G sharp. Then D half diminished 7 with the added fourth in first inversion. F, C, A flat, D and G. D flat major 7 with a sharp 4. I'm playing it D flat, A flat, D flat, C, F, and G. And then C major. Here's what that sounds like in context. The 13 sharp 11 chord is a fantastic substitution for a dominant chord, sometimes called the mystic chord. It was used in Scriabin's music a lot, but it's a fantastic dominant chord that you can try. So here's what a 2-5-1 sounds like in C major. D minor 7, G7, C major. Instead of the G chord, play a G 13 sharp 11. You're going to play G, C sharp, F, B, E, A instead. Here's what it sounds like. So it fulfills the same role of the G7 chord, but with a lot of extra color. And you can always conceptualize the chord really easily. Root, sharp 4, minor 7th, 3rd, 6th, and 9th. Try it out for yourself. Here is a super simple chord progression that has just a little bit of dissonance to keep your ear interested. So D minor with the ninth, but you're gonna put that ninth in the middle of the texture. So you're gonna double the third at the octave up in the top and have the ninth in the middle. Same idea for the A minor with the ninth, doubling the third and having the ninth in the middle of the texture. Then you're gonna do something different. F major with a sharp 4, but that sharp 4 is doubled at the octave on top. Resolve it down, and then C major with the sus4. And I like to put that suspension in the middle as well. So here's what that sounds like in context. Try it out for yourself. Here are a few different levels of plagal cadence, starting with major 4, going to 1. Classic. How about minor 4 going to 1? How about 2-7 going to 1? How about 2 diminished in first inversion going to 1? How about 2 half diminished with the 11th going to 1? How about 2 diminished with the 13th and the 11th going to 1? Try those for yourself. If I played you a chord progression in D, not major, not minor, just D. So every chord is just going to have either suspended seconds, suspended fourths, or just plain open fifths. How would your brain fill in the gaps? Would you think it's D major, or would you think it's D minor? And how would you find out? You let me know in the comments below. What do you think? Here's a really spicy chord progression for you to try for your next composition. So the first chord is going to be G major 7 with the sharp 9 and the sharp 11. You can conceptualize that as G major in the left hand and F sharp major in the right hand. Then E flat 7. Then C9. And then D flat major 7 with the 6th. Here's what that sounds like in context. A few videos ago I talked about 6 levels of plagal cadence, and today I thought I would give you a few more plagal cadences, and these are plagal cadences, meaning they're not exactly traditionally 4-1 type chords, but they have the 4-1, the fa, do in the bass, and that is all that matters to me. So here we go. Or maybe this one. How about this one? And one more for the road. Which weird plagal cadence was your favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Here's a beautiful chord progression with a very simple pattern. In the left hand, you're going to have a chromatic bass line from D up until A flat, and then back down. Harmonically, you're going to have a major 7 chord followed by a minor 7 chord in second inversion each time. First chord, D major 7, A flat minor 7 second inversion, E major 7, B flat minor 7 second inversion, G flat major 7, C minor 7 second inversion, A flat major 7, break the pattern, G major. Here's what that sounds like in context. That's pretty cool. Here's a really cool chord progression that combines two kind of weird scales. In the left hand, you're going to be playing a whole tone scale starting on E flat. So that's E flat, F, G, A, and B. Not the whole way through, but just the first 5 notes. And then you're also going to play perfect fifths. In the right hand, you're doing sort of a start of a Locrian scale or a diminished scale. So F, E, D, C, B. But you're going to play major chords with those as the roots in second inversion. So F major, E major, A major, C major, and then B major. And then you can combine those two things and create some really interesting sounds. Let me know what you think about that in the comments below. Here's a really easy way to add a little bit of color to your 7 diminished chords. So in E major, A, G sharp, B, the 7 chord is a D sharp half diminished chord. So that's D sharp, F sharp, A, and C sharp. The first thing you can do is make it mode mixture. Instead of C sharp, play C natural, turning it into a fully diminished 7 chord. But then add one more extra element. Add this note, the G sharp. So what you're going to do is you're going to add the third of the E major scale to that D sharp diminished chord. Just so much more dissonance. And then resolve it. How would you use that? Here's a really easy way to add a little bit of bitonal flavor to your 2-5-1. So first you're going to play a 2-5-1 in C major. That's D minor, G major, and C major. Then the next go around you're going to add extra chords in the low range. You're going to add a G major chord, then you're going to add a C major chord, and then you're going to add an F major chord. And I like to keep that part spread out away from these other chords so that they can each have their own world to live in. So here's what that sort of sounds like. Really adds a lot of life to the chord progression without doing too much work. Here's a really interesting chord loop that you can try that has a little bit of a fantasy vibe and sort of sets up a scene perhaps in a movie or a video game where you're traveling and you're not quite sure where you're going to go, but it might be someplace really intriguing. So really simple. First chord, D major 7, but no third. So just D, A, and C sharp. Then C sharp minor 7 in first inversion. You can also think of that as an E major with the 6, so E, G sharp, B, and C sharp. Then F sharp major. I like to put the third up on top, so F sharp, C sharp, and A sharp. And then E major in first inversion. And you can loop that forever and then figure out where to go next. Here's what that sort of sounds like. The other day, I uploaded a video where I asked you to tell me whether an improvisation I was doing was major or minor. And a lot of you said it was major, which I thought was really interesting because in that chord pattern, I played a lot of this chord, which is a B flat major 7 sus2 chord, which decidedly is not in the key of D major. Because in D major, B is natural, right? So, how did you hear this? There. Rather than here. And I got to thinking, the ear is an incredible thing, and it really picks up on the smaller details. Because if you go to the overtone series, and you really hear the frequencies up higher, there is floating that major third. It might not be immediately apparent, but it's there. So maybe that's why you heard it as major. Here is a beautiful chord progression that harmonizes this melody, a stepwise descending scale. C sharp, B, A, G, F, E flat, D. Nice little scale. Here are the chords. G major with the sharp 4. E flat major 7 with the sharp 4. C minor with the suspended 4th. Resolving, and then G major. Here is what that sounds like in context. So simple, so elegant, and a perfect way to end a piece in G major. Here is a really simple but beautiful chord progression that you can try, starting on F sharp minor with the 9th. I like to double the 3rd at the octave. Then G major, also with the 9th. A major with the 9th. And then E major. Do it again, F sharp minor, the 9th, G major, A major, suspend the 4th this time, and then B major. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here is the absolute easiest way to improvise a meditative loop. What you're going to do is for a few beats, only play on the black keys, and then for a few beats, only play on the white keys. It doesn't matter what chords you're playing. The only thing that matters is to keep some sort of consistent rhythm so it doesn't feel like just random, unless random is what you're looking for. And occasionally throw in maybe some kind of an anchor chord as your ear tells you. So here's what I sort of mean, and you can let me know if you like it or not. Always sounds beautiful. The augmented triad, used as our baseline harmonic underpinning, can yield some really fascinating stuff. So we're going to use B flat augmented. So that's B flat, D, and F sharp, or if you want to think about it as G flat, it doesn't matter. So we're going to do just major chords based on those 3 roots: B flat major, D major, and G flat major. And we're going to freely improvise, and sometimes we'll even do first inversion, for example, to do a different kind of color. So here's what that sort of sounds like. And you can add sevenths, you can add seconds, and it's got a little dreamy quality to it. I think that's pretty cool. Here's a quirky little cadence you can try in C major. You're going to play a G flat major chord while also playing an A flat major chord in first inversion. So G flat, D flat, B flat, C, E flat, A flat. Then shift to an F major with a G major. F, C, G, A, B, D. And then resolve to C. So it sort of sounds like a plagal cadence and an authentic cadence, just kind of couldn't figure out which they wanted to be. And so they said, let's resolve together. That's pretty satisfying. If you are working on a piece and struggling to find a melody, here's a little idea to generate a melody using a bit of symmetry. Start on C, and just for randoms, I'm gonna pick a note B, a major seventh. Okay, where do you go next? Well, go halfway between C and B. I'm just gonna go work inwards. So the halfway point between those two notes is F. So now I have my third note. That's kind of cool. What about halfway between that note and the first note? So here's F, here's C. E flat is halfway. Okay, so now I have this melody. Now what about halfway between that note and the top note? That's a G. So our melody now is... I think we can work with that. Here's a chord progression that you've heard 1,000 times before. C minor, A flat major, E flat major, B flat major. Every pop song seems to use this these days. But we're gonna make it interesting because I like to spice things up. For the C minor chord, add the second. Nice dissonance right there. For the A flat major chord, add the sharp 4 and the major 7. For the E flat major chord, just add the 7th. And the B flat major chord, don't add the 3rd, just have the 2nd. sus2. And then repeat forever. Here is a really cool chord pattern that you can try that's based around harmonizing a major 7 chord. So in this case, the major 7 chord is going to be a D major 7, D, F sharp, A, and C sharp. And what you're going to do is you're going to take each of those notes and use them as the root of a major chord. So D major, F sharp major, A major, and C sharp major. To add to that, the D major and A major chords, you're going to add the major 7th to them. So D major 7 and A major 7. And then the F sharp chord is going to have the 9th, and so is the C sharp chord. Here is what that sounds like in context. I think that is pretty cool. Here's kind of a wacky chord progression you can try that's based around this bass line. F, A, C, E, G, B, D, and then F. You're going to harmonize that bass line with minor 7 chords up until the very end where you're going to change it up a little bit. So, F minor 7, A minor 7, C minor 7, E minor 7, G minor 7, B minor 7, D minor 7, and then instead of going to F minor, go to F major, and then resolve on C major. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a cool little chord progression that uses mode mixture. Starting on A major, then go to F major. It just sounds like a fantasy movie score right there. Just those 2 chords. Then when you're ready to move on, go to F sharp minor with the 9th, F major with the 9th, D minor 7, B flat major 7, and then back to A. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful chord pattern that's super simple and kind of has a sense of longing to it to my ear. So C major, then E minor, G major, and B minor. really simple. Each of these chords has two common tones related with the previous one, which is kind of fun. And it also outlines a C major 11 chord, which is also really cool. You can add extensions, you can add extra non-chord tones. Here's what this sounds like in context. Here is a really cool way to get from the relative minor back to the major key. We're going to use C minor and E flat major as our example, but we're going to put Roman numerals right around here so that you can follow along in any key. So start on C minor, then A half diminished, A flat major with the ninth, G augmented 7, F minor 9, B flat 7, and then E flat. Super smooth way to modulate. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a little meandering chord progression that you can try that has this sense of not having any stability, but still kind of satisfying. So G major 7 to start, F sharp minor 9, B minor 7, maybe with the fourth, A flat major 7, C major 9, and then repeat. Kind of like it. It's Halloween season, so it's time to make some spooky chord progressions, and you can turn any chord progression spooky with the following method. So we're just going to use 1, 4, 5, 1 as our example in C major, F major, G major, and then C major. You're going to add in the low range a tritone above each root. So for the C chord, you're going to add an F sharp. For the F chord, you're going to add a B, and for the G chord, you're going to add a C sharp. And then to add to that, you can have the actual triads up in the higher range, maybe spread out a little bit. Here's what that sounds like. It's weird, kind of effective. Here is a gorgeous chord progression you can try starting on a D major in first inversion. Then F major with the ninth, E flat major 7, D flat major with the sharp 4, G half diminished in first inversion, C augmented 7, augmented dominant 7, and then F major with the sixth, otherwise known as D minor 7 in first inversion. This is what this sounds like in context. Here's a really elegant way of cadencing in F major. And it's going to sound like an extended plagal cadence. Start on an F major chord. Then, for all of these chords, you're going to keep that F pedaled in the lower part. And if you want to add some extra dissonance, you can add the C as well. But most important is the F. Then you're going to play a B flat major chord in the right hand. Then B flat minor. Then G half diminished, and then G flat major 7. And you can see how that motion is really simple. And then resolve to F. And I like to add the 9th. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a really striking chord progression for you to try, starting on an F sharp dominant 7 chord. Take that E and C sharp and move them to C and G sharp. So the sharp 4 and the 9th. Then A major with the 9th. I like to double the 9th. Then play an F sharp. Then play D major with the 9th. C major. And then B major. That's really gorgeous. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here is a beautiful chord loop that you can try that uses a consistent right hand pattern. That right hand pattern is going to be B, E, and B. That's it. Octave and a 4th. In the left hand, you're going to play G with the 5th and the 9th. Then F with the 5th and the 9th. Then A major, A, E, C sharp. You're going to actually cross over the right hand when you're doing that. And then C major, just a basic triad. Here's what that sounds like together. And then when you're ready to move on, play D major. One of my favorite ways to improvise bitonal sounding music is to use the whole tone scale and harmonize that with major chords. So C major, D major, E major, F sharp major or G flat, A flat major, B flat major, and then C. The goal for this improvisation is to use chords that are adjacent to each other. So if I play C major, then I'll also play D major. If I play B flat major, I have a choice. I can either play C or I can play A flat, right? So you can improvise and you can choose different things. Here's a little bit of what I mean. Here's a beautiful chord loop that you can try that can be used in maybe a dark atmospheric setting. Starting on a C minor with the 9th, then G flat major with the 9th, E flat minor 7, and then F major 9. You can play with inversions, but here's what this sounds like in context. Here's a really cool chord progression that combines the pentatonic scale with the whole tone scale and harmonizes it in a really simple way. So you're essentially going to have this bass line, C, D, E, G, A, that's pentatonic. Then instead of going back to C, you go up a whole step to B and do a whole tone scale. B, C sharp, D sharp, F, G, A, B, and then restart on C. You're going to harmonize it like this. Start with the pentatonic, doing minor triads, and then the whole tone with major triads, and then when you reset, switch. Here's what that sounds like. Here's a gorgeous chord progression with a lot of extended harmony, starting on an E flat 11 chord. In the left hand, E flat, B flat, and G. In the right hand, D flat, F, and A flat. Then you're going to play an F major 6 with the ninth and the sharp 4. So left hand, F, C, A. Right hand, D, G, and B natural. Then D major 9, D, A, F sharp, E, A, C sharp, and then C major 7. C, G, E, E, B, E. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression that uses a descending chromatic bass line starting on E, then E flat, D, D flat, and C, and then resolves to F. The chords are E major with the sharp 4, and I like to put that sharp 4 up on top. Then E flat major 9, D7, D flat major 9, then C7 with the sharp 9, and then F major with the 9th. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here's a beautiful chord progression that has a sense of a grounded comfort. It's very stable, it's very simple, and there's something timeless about it. Nothing fancy. Start on F sharp major, then D sharp minor, C sharp major, and then B major. And then just do that forever. Here is a really beautiful chord progression that you can try starting on D major 7, then C sharp minor 7, F sharp minor 7, F major with the 9th, C sharp minor 7, C major with the 9th, A minor 7, and then E major. Here is a little bit of that in context. Here's a cool idea for your next meditative improvisation. Start on some minor third, C and E flat, for example. Then work your way out by whole steps, so B flat and F, and then A flat and G. So essentially you're going to start on a minor third and blossom into a major 7 chord. From there, pick one of those notes, maybe E flat, and do the same thing. Pick another note. Your way back home. It's beautiful. Here's a little cadential pattern that uses one of my favorite sonorities, the dominant 7 with the sharp 9. And the sharp 9 that I'm going to use is going to be a C, G, E in the left hand, and in the right hand I'm going to play G, B flat, and E flat. That is just a delicious cannot get enough. From there, you can go to an F minor 7 chord. Maybe add the D. Then E major 7, super easy shift. And then E flat major with the sus4, resolve. So it sounds like you cadence in E flat major. Here's what that sounds like. Here is a simple yet effective chord pattern that I think is really good at creating a heroic sound. So starting on D major, then go to C major, G major, F major, back to C, and then back to D. You can add extensions as you need, but not too many. I think if you dilute it by adding too many extra notes, it kind of loses that heroic sound, but the ninth is good. And it's really interesting because it has this conversation between F sharp and F natural, but they never happen at the same time. So that's kind of cool. Here's what it sounds like in context. A viewer requested a chord progression that has a half diminished chord leading to the final tonic. So what I thought I would do is have a chord progression that is 5, 4, 2, 1 in C major. But each of these chords is going to turn into a half diminished chord. So G major, G half diminished. F major, F half diminished. D minor 7, D half diminished. Maybe with the ninth, C major. It's so beautiful and it's so easy. Try it for yourself. Here is a dramatic chord progression for you to try, starting on C minor, then G flat major with the ninth, F minor, G sharp minor, D major, B major, C major 7, A minor 7, maybe with the ninth, then A flat major 7 or major 9, G major. It's a little complicated, but it's worth it. Here it is in context. Here is a really lush chord progression, starting on A major, F major 9, E major, C major 9, B major, G major 9, F sharp major, D major 9, and then back to A. And then repeat the whole thing again. Here's what that sounds like. Here's a super easy way to voice a dominant 7, flat 9, flat 13 chord. In the left hand, play the root, then a perfect fifth above that, and a minor 7th above that. In this case, B, F sharp, A. In the right hand, play a minor triad, starting on a half step above the root. So if our root is B, a half step above that is C. And then play a minor chord, C, E flat, G. What you end up with is this sound. Nice and dissonant. And it works beautifully because the E flat of the C chord is actually the third of the B7 chord. And then resolve. Try it for yourself. Here's a really nice chord progression with some jazz vibes, starting on G major 7. Walk it up to a G major in first inversion with the added second. C major 7. Then B7 with the flat 9 and the flat 13. E minor 9. A9, maybe with the 13. D7, maybe with the 13 as well. And then G major 7. Here's a little bit of that in context. First inversion sus2 chords are really interesting and can provide additional color to your chord progressions. So a 1, 4, 5, 1 in C, C major, F major, G major, and back to C. What you can do is for the F chord and the G chord, play them in first inversion, so A in the bass for the F chord, and then instead of playing F and C in the right hand, play G and C. So instead of playing the root, you're going to suspend the second instead. And then move up in parallel to B and then A and D, and then go back to C major. Can you hear the difference in color? Here's the normal one. And here is the sus2 inversion stuff. You can enhance the chord progression really easily just by doing that. Here's a pretty cool cadential pattern you can try. Starting on C major, then F9, A flat major 9, E7 with the sharp 9, D flat major 9, and then back to C with the 9th. Here's what it sounds like in context. First chord is C major with the 6th and the 9th, then D major, E minor with the added 11th, F major 9, G major, maybe with the added 9th, A major, and then B major with the suspended 4th, resolving. Here's what that sounds like in context. If your piano is out of tune, don't despair. Instead, embrace the dissonance. In the left hand, play B flat, E, and B flat. In the right hand, D, F sharp, A, and C. That way, if the piano's out of tune, you can't even tell because the chord is super dissonant. And then move to D, A, F sharp, B, E, G sharp. So each chord on its own is a little out of tune. Play them together, and it kind of works. Here is what that sounds like. If you're looking for some inspiration to generate some ideas for your next composition, try this intervallic approach where you start from a note and then go up by intervals up until the octave. So start up high so you have room to grow towards the bottom end. Start on this F, go down a minor second, major second, minor third, major third, perfect fourth, tritone, perfect fifth, minor sixth, major sixth, minor 7th, major 7th, and octave. And you can really span a wide range doing that. You can put the pedal down and see what kind of textures you like. A lot of potential. Here's a really interesting chromatic chord progression that you can try, and you can tell me in the comments below what you think the sequence pattern is. So, first chord, B flat major, then F sharp minor 7, F major, C sharp minor 7, C major, G sharp minor 7, G major, and then cadence on D. Here's what that sounds like in context. Here is a really beautiful chord progression for you to try, starting on F major with the added ninth. Then E flat major in first inversion, A flat major 9, and then B flat major, D flat major 9, B major 7, G flat major, and then B flat. And if it's a little out of tune, maybe add some filler notes to kind of hide that fact. Here's what it sounds like in context. It's election day here in the US, and in that spirit, I'd like to offer a chord progression that harmonizes My Country 'Tis of Thee to capture the mood of what I think a lot of us are feeling. Here are 5 2-chord chord shifts that I really enjoy, and you let me know in the comments below which you like the most. D major to A flat major with the ninth. G minor to F sharp major. C minor 7 to F9. E flat major, pedaled with an E major, and F sharp minor to A major. Let me know which one you like the most. Here's a really sweet chord that I think you should try. In the left hand, you're going to play G, D, and B flat. That's G minor. In the right hand, you're going to play F major, C, F, and A. You're going to put them together, and what you end up having is this G minor 11 chord. You have the 7th, you have the 9th, you have the 11th. Such a nice sonority. And then from there you can go anywhere you want. Maybe back to D. Or maybe to C. Or maybe to F. Try it for yourself. If you want to create a really interesting nebulous sound, try doing parallel major 9 chords, all a half step apart. What I like to do is start on F sharp major 9, then go to F major 9, then E major 9, then back up, G major 9, A flat major 9. So all within this span of bass notes. And what you can do, you can over encumber these chords with all of the pitches, or you can isolate some notes. To kind of pare down the texture. But it's really, really cool, and you can make some really interesting sort of sound blankets. The major 6-9 chord is a really awesome substitution for a major chord that kind of adds a delicate sound to your chord progressions. So what you can do is anytime you have a 1 chord, instead of playing a major triad, do a major triad with the 6th and the 9th. So in our case, we're going to do D major, and then the 6th, and then the 9th. We're going to do a really simple chord progression. 1, 4, 2, 5, 1. But every time we play a 1, we'll do the 6-9 chord. Really adds a lot of color. If you've been a long-time viewer of this channel, you know that I prefer cleaner voicings where you isolate bass notes or at least spread out the intervals in the lower range. I find that it's easier to understand the harmonies, and it's also easier to get really intricate dissonances that don't cloud up the harmony. But what if you want a muddy dissonance? What if you want to have some kind of grit in the lower end? And I think the easiest way to do that is by adding a 4th. So what you can do is take a C major chord. Normally I'd play it like this: C, C, E, and G, doubling the root. But instead, you can play the C down the octave. And then instead of just doing it straight up, do it in second inversion. Put a G in the bottom. Do you hear what happens to the sound? Totally different. It's the same chord. Clean, muddy. So use second inversion to create those muddy textures. If you're in a minor key, B flat minor for example, the 5-7 is really important. In B flat minor, the 5-7 is F7. Authentic progression. But what if you want to spice up that 5 chord? Instead of playing a straight up F7 chord, you can play F, A, B, E flat, A flat, D flat. So what that is F7 with the sharp 4, the sharp 9, and the flat 6. And it's just got a little bit of a different vibe to it. Because it shares some common tones with the tonic chord. Try it out for yourself. Here is a gorgeous chord progression played on a super out-of-tune piano. First chord is D minor 7, then A flat major 9, then C minor 7, G flat major 9, then F major, E flat minor 7, and then end on a B flat major chord with the suspended 4th. Resolve it. Here is what that sounds like in context. It's kind of a weird bitonal thing that I've been working on. In the left hand, you're going to go down from D to B flat to G flat to D and then back up, sort of outlining this augmented triad. In the right hand, you're going to do something similar, but you're going to do E, then C, then A flat, then back up. And you're going to play major chords. So D major in the left hand, E major in the right hand, B flat major in the left hand, C major in the right hand. it kind of sounds really cool, and then when you go back, there's like this palindrome effect. I don't know. I think it's neat. You let me know in the comments below what kind of a scenario you might use this in. Check it out. When I'm thinking about how to create the sound of space, the sound of the celestial, the sound of the cosmos, here are a few things that come to mind. First of all, the loneliness, because it's a vast expanse out there. So maybe the sound that I try to do is isolated lines and slower speeds. Also, I'm thinking about the grandness of it all, some huge objects, right? So maybe on the other end of the spectrum, I'm thinking about deep chords, something really solid and stable. So here is what a little bit of an improvisation might sound like. The things that I'm going to use are this right hand gesture, tritone into a perfect fourth, and down low I'm going to do major triads in parallel motion. So let me know what you think. Here's a really cool little chord progression you can try. C major, then A flat major in first inversion, then D flat major, maybe with the seventh, G flat major, and then back to C major, but do the sus4 first, and then resolve. It's super simple, but it kind of gets you a tritone away and then back, which is pretty neat. Here is what that sounds like in context. Here's a cool little riff that you can try in G minor. So in the left hand, it's going to be simple. G minor, you're just going to play quarter notes. Then E flat major, C minor, and then back to G. You can voice it however you'd like. In the right hand, you're going to do parallel second inversion chords. G minor, F major, G minor. Then E flat major, D minor, E flat major. Keep it the same for the C minor one. E flat major, D minor, C minor, and then a root position G. I'll play it slowly so that you can hear what I'm doing. I think that sounds awesome. Here's a really easy way to voice and also resolve a sharp 9 flat 13 chord. So that chord is a really good dominant substitution. You can take a G7 chord, for example, G, B, D, F, build perfect fourths above the 7th. So the 7th is F, perfect fourth B flat, perfect fourth E flat. I like to voice it in the left hand, G, D, and B. In the right hand, F, B flat, and E flat. And then resolve it to C minor. In the left hand, you just move up to C, G, and C. And in the right hand, I'll move my thumb up to G, keep my index finger on E flat, and then ring finger on E flat. Easy shift. you want to get a little spicy, you can move that E flat down to the D to make a minor 9 chord. Try it out for yourself. The minor 5 chord is a really interesting place to pivot to a different key. You can use the minor 5 in place of anywhere you would put a minor chord typically. So you can think of it as a 2 chord in some key, you can think of it as a 6 chord in some key, you can also think of it as a minor 4 chord in some minor key. Let me give you these examples. C major, F major, G major, C major, 1, 4, 5, 1. We're going to take that 5 chord, make it minor, G minor, and we're going to use that as a 2 chord in F. We're going to use it as a 6 chord in B flat. We're going to use it as a 4 chord in D minor. What other ways can you use the minor 5 to modulate? Really simple and elegant way to improvise on the piano without doing much thinking, a little bit of thinking. But take just the black keys. Play this pentatonic or do whatever combinations you'd like. And then when you're ready for a change, choose some chord that has at least one white key and at least one black key in it. It doesn't matter which one. That's kind of interesting. And then when you're ready to move on completely, omit all black keys. Let's try something. I'm going to play you 3 very ambiguous chords, and you will tell me in the comments how you would resolve these chords. So, chord number 1 is going to be F major 7 with the added 11th. Next chord will be a D minor 9. And then will be a G 7 with the suspended 4th. So where would you go? Leave me a comment and we will explore it. Here's a really simple 3-chord progression that I think is very effective. I'll play it in the key of E major. The first chord is B7 in 3rd inversion. So A, B, D sharp. And you can add the F sharp, but I will omit it for the moment, and I'll tell you why in a second. Then you'll play a D9 chord. And the way I'll play it is D, A, F sharp, C, F sharp, B. And then I'll work my way down. I'll play a G sharp, and then F sharp again, and then play E major. First inversion in my right hand, and then root in the bass. The reason why I like to leave out the F sharp in the first chord is because I will overdo it on the second chord. I'll double it in the chord, and also on the way down I'll restrike it. Here's what that sounds like. Here is a pretty cool chord progression for you to try. Starting on A major 9, then F sharp minor with the 9th, then F major with the 9th, then an interesting one, G7 in 2nd inversion with the 9th, and then A major. Here's what that sounds like in context. The minor 11 chord is an awesome sonority for vamping background music. Here's the way I voice it. I play a minor triad, F, C, A flat in this case, and then I build a major triad in second inversion a whole step above that third. So B flat, E flat, G, making a minor 11. Then I'll move a whole step up and do the same exact thing for G. When I'm ready to move on, I'll move up a fourth to C minor 11. Same exact voicing, just moving in parallel. And then D minor 11, same voicing. This is an example of a vamp that you can do with that. Here's an idea for your next 12-tone composition. Start on some perfect fifth, G and D, for example. What you're going to do is have a mirror image in your right hand and your left hand. So your right hand is going to go up a half step, down a whole step, up a minor third, up a half step, up a major third, down a half step, and then up a whole step. Your left hand is going to do exactly the same thing, but in reverse. The result sounds like this. Which is pretty cool. And what you can do is you can start with some G major chord. The minor 3 chord is kind of a strange one. You've probably heard your music theory teacher say, don't use the 3 chord, it's too weird, it doesn't happen. That's not entirely true. In tonal music and classical music, yes, it's underutilized, but it does have some function. You can use it as a passing chord between 1 and 4. You can also use it as a passing chord between 1 and 6 using the 3 in second inversion. And more interestingly, you can use it as a pivot chord to modulate somewhere else. So for example, the 3 chord could become a 2 chord in a key a whole step up. So what I mean by that is, so use the 3 chord sparingly, but effectively. Here's a cool chord progression that you can try that kind of toes the line between tonal and modal sound. Start on D major, then A7, B minor, G major, back to D, A7, B flat major with the added ninth, and then F major to G major, and then back to D. Here's what that sounds like in context. On this channel, we explore lots of really interesting and intricate chord progressions with lots of extensions and dissonances, and try to really stretch the boundaries of how can we create some chord progressions with some really strange things but still have them sound kind of satisfying. But sometimes you just need some stability. And here's a 3-chord chord progression that is very simple, very elegant, and maybe will put you into a nice tranquil state. D minor 7, G minor 7, and then B flat major 7. And then repeat those forever. As I've been doing these daily shorts, I've realized that I keep coming back to a few select sonorities that I really enjoy. One of those sonorities is the A flat major 9 chord. And that's the voicing I really like. I like to do the 5th, the 9th, then the 3rd, then the 5th again, and the 9th. I like to double the 5th because it kind of adds a little bit of instability to the chord. Why I like this chord so much is that you can do a lot of different things. You can play C minor above it, play E flat major above it, play F minor 7. It's such a delicate and beautiful sound. It also fits really well in the hands. What do you think about A flat major 9? One of my favorite things to do when I'm learning a piece of music is to use one direction of a scale and then another direction of a different scale. So what I mean by that is I'll have some part going B flat, C, D, E, F, G, A, B flat, which is B flat Lydian, and I'll also have B flat, A flat, G, F, E flat, D, C, B flat, which is B flat Mixolydian. What happens when you combine them is kind of weird. You have a couple of moments of really intense dissonance. Right there in particular. So then you can draw out different chords to highlight those interesting spots. Let me set the scene for you. You're writing some music for an ancient library scene. You have some ancient wizards poring over scrolls, and you need some music to capture their thoughtful intensity. D minor 7, and then F sharp minor 7. So just those two chords. And what you're going to do is you're going to arpeggiate through them and add little passing tones, increasingly adding extra tones. It's like the 9th and the 6th and the 4th, stuff like that. Here is a little bit of what I mean. See the scene in your head? Because I kind of do. The augmented 6th chord. In C major, it's the flat 6, which is A flat, the 1, which is C, the flat 3, which is E flat, and then the sharp 4, which is F sharp. The function of an augmented 6th chord is to set up the dominant. So in C major, it'll go, and sometimes it'll go to the dominant via a 1-6-4. But another cool thing that the augmented 6th chord can do is modulate to a different key. You can respell this A flat C E flat F sharp chord as an A flat dominant 7 chord, and that can be a 5-7 to D flat, which is the flat 2 of C. And then all of a sudden you've modulated up a half step. Pretty cool. The augmented major 7 is a very spicy dissonance that you can try. I'm going to play a D augmented major 7, which is D, F sharp, A sharp, and C sharp. But I'm going to play it in first inversion with the F sharp on the bottom. F sharp, then C sharp, then A sharp, then D, F sharp, and then C sharp. Move that C sharp down to G sharp, then move to a D major chord in your left hand, and E major in your right hand. Bitonal sound. C7, and then resolve to E major. So epic. Here's what it sounds like in context. Here's a really simple chord vamp that you can try. It's just going to revolve around two different chords. Well, really four. C major to start, then F minor, a little bit of mode mixture. Then instead of going back to C major, you'll go to C minor. And then instead of going to F minor, you'll go to F major. So you're just changing the different qualities from major to minor and playing around with it, and you can add sevenths as well. Here is a cool little fanfare motive that you can try. You're going to do basically thirds going out and then back in. So in your left hand, you're going to play C and E flat, and your right hand, you're going to play F and A flat. So essentially, you're making an F minor 7 chord in second inversion. Then you're going to move out. Your left hand is going to go B flat, D. Your right hand is going to go G, B flat. So you're making a G minor chord in first inversion. So that sounds like this, which is cool. You can alternate back and forth between them if you like. And then you can keep going. One more. You're going to go left hand, A flat and C, and then also A flat and C in your right hand. So that whole movement sounds like this. And then from there, maybe land on the G chord, or land somewhere else. Lots of options there. Check it out for yourself. Here is a really simple movement that you can try starting on a D half diminished 7 chord. D, F, A flat, and C. First thing you're going to do is shift the D down to D flat, making a D flat major 7 chord. Then you're going to shift the C down to C flat, making a D flat dominant 7 chord. Then you're going to shift the D flat down to C and the C flat back up to C, keep the F the same, and move the A flat down to G, making a C sus4 chord, and then you can resolve it. Here is what that sounds like in context. So simple, yet very effective. One of the simplest ways that you can add a little bit of extra tension in a chord progression is just to be playing some chord and then keep the root of the chord down in the bottom and shift every other note up a half step. So if you're playing an F major chord, for example, keep that F pedal, but everything else play a G flat major chord. It's an easy way to add some pretty intense dissonance. Throw that into some chord progression. And the context gives it life. I've talked at length on my channel about my love for contrary motion, and specifically going away and to the unison. What you can do is start on octave B, then C and B flat, D flat and A, D and G sharp, E flat and G, E and F sharp, and then F. It's such a cool sound. You can harmonize it lots of different ways. Here is one option. Are you looking for a chord that has some really interesting dissonance, but actually is not that dissonance, look for some major 9 chord. A flat major 9, for example. A flat, B flat, C, E flat, and G. It's a nice sound, isn't it? But you can take this beautiful sound and make it really crazy just by switching around the inversions. And the most interesting and most dissonant of all to my ear is that A flat major 9 in 3rd inversion with the 7th of the chord on the bottom. The way I'd like to voice it is G, then B flat, then C, then E flat, and then A flat. Listen to how different that sound is. Here's the root position version. Here is a really nice jazzy chord progression for you to try. Start on F major 7. Then play a C7 with the sharp 11, but with that sharp 11 in the bass. That's an F sharp, B flat, C, and E. Then play G9, G minor 7, D flat 7, maybe with the sharp 11, C7, and then back to F major, this time with the 6th. Here is what that sounds like in context. Here is a really interesting chord progression for you to try. Start on a D minor 7 chord, maybe play the 9th as well. Then go up a tritone and play an A flat major 7 chord. Then go down a half step, play G minor 7. And again, you can add the 9th if you like. Up a tritone to D flat major 7. You can add the 9th. Then down a half step, C minor 7, again you can add the 9 if you'd like. Up a tritone, G flat major with the 9th, 7th. Go down a half step to F minor again, but this time resolve to G major. Breaking the pattern. I think it's so lush and interesting. Here is a bit of that in context. I think it works so well because there are so many common tones with those half-step shifts. Try it out for yourself. Here is a cool idea for your next composition. Start on a G major 7 chord. In the left hand, you'll play 2 notes, G and D. In the right hand, you'll also play 2 notes, B and F sharp. What you're gonna do is move around in contrary motion. So you're gonna go up from the B to F sharp in the right hand to C and G. And then you're gonna go D and A. And then you're going to go E and B. In the left hand, you go down. G and D, then F and C, then E and B, D and A. And you can play around with different combinations of that. When you're ready to move on, play a C sus4 chord, voiced however you'd like, and then go to A major. Here is a little bit of that in context. The next time you are improvising at the piano, start with some sus4 chord, B flat, sus4. And really play with that idea of the fourth resolving down to the third. What we're going to do is each of these chords that we're going to try is going to have that motion, E flat down to D. And it doesn't matter if it actually is in the key of B flat or not. It just needs to have that sound. That's going to be our consistent glue. Here is a bit of what I mean. You can add the sixth to any chord progression and instantly create a softer and more delicate sound. I'm going to play you a 1, 6, 2, 5, 1 progression in the key of C. So 1 is C major, 6 is A minor, 2 is D minor, and then 5 is G major, back to C, which is 1. You're going to add the sixth to each of these chords. So for the C chord, you're going to add the A. For the A chord, you're going to add the F. For the D chord, you're going to add the B. And then for the G chord, you're going to add the E. And then back. Here's a bit of that in context. Here is a really cool chord shift that you can try. I think it would work really well in some kind of a lo-fi inspired piece of music. Start on a G minor 7 chord. In the left hand, you're going to play a perfect fifth. G and D, right hand, F and B flat, the 7th and the 3rd. What you're going to do is you're going to keep the right hand the same, move the left hand down a half step. So now you have a G flat major 7 chord. G flat, F and B flat. From here, you're going to move the left hand down again by half step to F and C. And the right hand, you're going to do a whole step down to F minor 7. F, C, E flat, A flat. And then repeat what you did before. So keep the right hand, move the left hand. And then again, same shift, E flat minor 7, D major 7. And then from here, do one more shift. And then I like to break the pattern here. Instead of continuing the sequence, I'll just play an F sharp major 9 chord. Probably just add 9. Here is what that sounds like in context. I think that works really, really well. To get you into the spirit of the season, I'd like to offer you a reharmonization of the beautiful Silent Night carol, one of my all-time favorites. I hope you enjoy and try to play along, chords on the screen, probably right here. Here is a really simple ostinato texture that you can try in your next composition. Your right hand or upper part is going to be really simple. You're just going to play different rhythms of C sharp, F sharp, and C sharp. So an octave and a fourth. Here's the fourth, here's the fifth, here's the octave. Your left hand is going to play a series of chords. You're going to play F sharp major to start. Voice it however you'd like. You can add the ninth if you'd like. Then D major. And when I play the D major, I usually walk up to the B as well, so adding the sixth. Then I'll play E major. I might add the fourth as well. Then I'll go back to F sharp major and repeat that a few times. When I'm ready to do something a little bit different, I'll add a B minor chord. And I usually play it with the 7th and also the 11th or the 4th. Here is what that sounds like in context. Play that forever. Here's a really easy way to enhance a simple 1-5-1 in minor. Let's start in G minor. There's our 1 chord, G minor. Our 5 chord is going to be D major. You can add the 7th if you'd like. So, super classic. What you can do is add a chord a half step up from either of those chords. For the G minor, you're going to add an A flat major chord. So the Neapolitan, the flat 2. If you want, you can make it a major 7 chord too. Or if you want to get really spicy, you can make it a major 9 chord. A similar idea for the D chord. You can add an E flat major chord. And then down. Or you can make it an E flat 7 chord. Tritone sub. Or you can make it an E flat 9 chord. You can change up the extensions as you'd like. Here is what that sounds like. 1, 5, flat 2 to 1, flat 6 to 5, back to 1. Really makes a big difference. Here is how you play that beautiful and simple chord progression. First chord is A minor 7 with the 11th. Then A flat major 9, F minor 7, and with the 9th as well, if you'd like. G major, sus 4, and then C major 7, and I like to add the 6th and also the 9th. Here it is again. So many different variations, but it is always beautiful. Here's a really cool exercise you can try, and you can do it in any key, but I'm going to do it in G, sort of. We're going to do a chromatic scale in the left hand, G to G up an octave. However you'd like to figure that. And then in the right hand, you're going to do chords. And the way that you're going to do it is going to do root position, then first inversion alternating. So G major, E major, first inversion, A minor, F sharp major first inversion, B minor, A flat major first inversion, then D flat major, B flat major first inversion, E flat major, C major first inversion, F major, D major first inversion, and then you're back to G. The cool thing about that is that it harmonizes a whole tone scale in the right hand. G major, A minor, B minor, then D flat major, E flat major, F, and G. So you're combining multiple things. It's really cool. Here's what it sounds like in context. Do that in any key and you're gonna really work your theory brain. What a beautiful voicing that is, and it's really, really simple. In the left hand, you're gonna play D and A. In the right hand, you're gonna play F, B, and E. So what that is a D minor chord with the 6th and the 9th. So D minor, 6, 9. In the left hand, you're gonna go G, D, and the right hand, you're just gonna take that shape and move it up. So G, C, and F. So that's a G7 with the sus4. And then in the left hand, you're gonna play C, G, and E. And the right hand, you're just gonna move up once again, that same shape, A, D, and G. So that's a C major with the 6th and the 9th. It's so simple, but it's so gorgeous. Try it out for yourself. Here's a cool little lick that you can try in your next improvisation. Did you catch the pattern? We're basically starting on B flat, skipping a black note, going to G flat, skipping a black note, going to D flat, skipping a black note, going to A flat, skipping a black note, going to E flat, and then skipping a black note back to B flat where we started. And you're adding an extra half step above each of these notes. So how would you use that little lick in one of your pieces? You can let me know in the comments below and we can see if we can create some kind of chord progression. I think that this could be a fun little challenge. So let me know, what chord progression would you use with this lick? Two chords in parallel motion. You can get a huge amount of mileage out of that. So these two chords, F major and G major, F, A, and C, and G, B, and D. Super simple, but just by changing the range and just by changing the way that you voice the chords, you can have a lot of room to play. Here is a little improv based on just those two chords, just in root position, and you can see the variety of sounds that we can make. My ear wants to go here to C major. So many possibilities. On this channel, I very often post really crazy and off-the-wall chord progressions, but sometimes it's nice to get back down to basics. I'm gonna play you a 1-4-1-5-1 chord progression, and I'll teach you how to do it in this way. D major, G major, but with the D in the bass. Back to D, and then play D again with the A in the bass, and then A major. The chord sings are D major root position, D, F sharp, and A, then D, G, and B, D, F sharp, and A, D, and F sharp, A, C sharp, and E. In the left hand, I'm just doing D, and then when I'm ready, I'm doing A. You can vary the rhythm however you'd like. Nice and simple, but very satisfying. I want to teach you how to sound like Philip Glass, and in this process, you will develop some nice hand independence. The chords are super easy. B flat major 7 third inversion, G minor 7, G flat major 7. Your right hand never changes, F and B flat. Your left hand, B flat and D, A and D, G and D, G flat and D flat. The rhythm is what makes it special. So, get used to this pattern in your right hand. Patterns of 6, starting on the B flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just do this until it feels really comfortable. And you can do this while having a conversation with someone. You can turn on a metronome if you want to really keep yourself super honest. Here is the full pattern with both hands. I'll play it normally and then I'll break it down for you. Do you notice how sometimes the notes are together and sometimes there's an offbeat? I'll do it slowly now and count. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. So you notice how sometimes there's an and where it's kind of on the 16th note. If these are 8th notes, that extra note happens at 16th note later. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. You do that faster. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then you can do it through the whole chord progression. It's really cool, it sounds awesome, and it really is a nice exercise for building hand independence. Here is that chord progression again, but slowly. E flat major 7, then B flat major 7, A major 9, F major 9, and then D major. It's simple, it's effective, and it sounds really cool. Here is another version of it. Here is a really beautiful chord loop that you can try, starting on C minor 7, then G minor 9, F minor 11, and then E flat major 9. The glue that's holding this together is this descending melody line. So you're going to basically work your way down from B flat to A to G to F to E flat and then back to B flat. So this E flat Lydian scale. Here is what that sounds like in context. And you can play that forever.